All right, good evening, everybody. If you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Thank you, everyone. It is May 19th, and all council members are here present with us this evening. I'd like to just jump straight into a recognition tonight. And Jamie Marsden, I believe this is the last meeting that you have with us before you go off and enjoy retirement and all that is planned for you. A very exciting time. You've done an amazing job in your position as HR director, representing the city and working with city staff, and you've had a long, illustrious career of honor and integrity, and that's a great way to leave a position for so many people to look with you with such professionalism. So I thank you so much for representing us so well and the citizens of Bothell. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add a brief thing is that being the human resources director of any agency, but particularly a public agency, is probably one of the hardest and most thankless jobs that exists in any organizational chart. And I think it speaks volumes about not only your professionalism and your capabilities, but also just who you are as a human being, that people on both sides in the labor bargaining units and throughout our city view you not only with real respect, but also with genuine affection, because you are a good person and you have done your job exceptionally well. And on behalf of myself and all the members of the council, I just want to thank you for your service to our city, and you will be both personally and corporately very, very missed.
Hear, hear.
Great. Thank you, Jamie. You've been steadfast and kind all at the same time. It's amazing traits. Thanks. So next on our list is the meeting agenda. Councilmember Agnew.
I'd like to extend AB 15-065 for another half hour. It's on the RFA. We're going to have a couple presentations, and I'm sure there's going to be a number of questions, so I'd like to extend that out, hoping to not need all the time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing several nodding heads.
I have
Councilmember Lamb and then Rayam.
So I have no objection to extending that. The only question is that I know a lot of people who are here in the public hearing. Would you be okay with taking public comment before we get into the RFA on the comp plan, just so that people aren't waiting? That would be my only suggestion, is that we open up 1566 to allow people an opportunity who may be coming here to wait, so that they don't have to sit through that whole conversation. Thanks.
Perfect. Councilmember Rayam.
I'd like to pull AB 15063 from the consent agenda.
Okay. Anyone else? Nobody else? Okay, how about projected agenda? Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Spivey?
Yeah, Mayor, typically in years past, that first meeting in July, we've either canceled or postponed, just trying to get ahead of it as to what we might be considering as a council. I see that it seems to be a pretty straightforward agenda that night, but it's also slated for a couple hours with study session and a couple looks like a couple of study sessions that bump the time up a bit. So, and a special presentation. So I just was curious what we might be, or have people just think about what we might want to do there.
I'm indifferent. Others have opinions?
You know, I'm not looking for a plan now, but just get people to think about it here next couple of meetings to decide what we want to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Moving on in our agenda, we do have a special presentation this evening. We're joined by Patty Hayes, who's the Interim Director for Public Health. Ms. Hayes, thank you so much for coming this evening and making your presentation on Best Starts for Kids.
Oh, I want to thank you and the council for having me tonight. Again, for the record, my name is Patty Hayes. I'm the Interim Director of Public Health Seattle and King County. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to talk about the Best Starts for Kids initiative. I want to start out by saying that as a nurse and for many, many years, I've known that the earlier that we help families and children out, the better that is for the family and for the life of the child. But now we're really amassing the research to show the really important things that occur in a very young child's life. And that's what Best Starts for Kids is all about. It's using the research that's coming from our own University of Washington in the what's called iLabs, that's actually tracking how a child in the first 2,000 days of their life, how their brain develops and how different environments affects that, so that we know how to support families and communities so that children can grow up as strong and healthy as possible. So science tells us, I mean, we've all heard this, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, but I feel like now I've got the research to really back it up and to talk to you about it. Science tells us that prevention and early intervention are the most effective and least expensive approaches. And in my years in public health and as a nurse, we have worked just tirelessly to really look at what are the magic components that can help with a child's development. My specialty is maternal child health. And it's exciting to see that what we have always thought in terms of working with families early on is now coming to fruition with research. Yet much of the county's funding right now is going to responding to negative outcomes. 75% of the county's general fund pays for the law and justice system. And when I was meeting an appointed interim director, when I was meeting with the county executive, we began the conversation around how do we begin to turn the curve on this? What would be possible in an investment to really look at how we can change this? And this is called the Heckman curve. It's based upon national research, but it really is intended to show that the earlier that we invest in a child, the more return on investment we get for both the family, the child, and the community. You can see in those prenatal programs like you have at the North Shore Public Health Clinic, the maternity support services, the Women, Infant, and Children, the WIC program. We know that when we begin in prenatal and working with the family and immediately after the child's born, that we get a huge benefit out of that. And it continues into those school age when we know a child's still developing. So the idea for Best Starts for Kids is really to develop an initiative that would move investments and put investments into that early time. Because right now, as I said, it's not aligned to what we know is the return on investment. So this is a quick shot for you. You have it in the PowerPoint handout I gave you that gives you the range of return on investment dollars. So we know that depending upon the program and early childhood development, we can, if we invest $1, we're going to get a return between $3 to $17 depending upon the program. Again, investments in early treatment and prevention gives a range that's very positive as well. By age 3, a child's 85% of a child's brain's developed. And what the University of Washington and their iLabs and other great researchers from across the country are finding out is that when a child is exposed to what's called toxic stress or environments where maybe there's not enough food, or there's not stable housing, or there's violence in the home, there are hallmark studies now showing that that can actually affect the ability of the child to develop those key traits, like being able to moderate their emotions. What we're finding right now, that I'm sorry to say, is that there are children coming into child care that are having so much trouble with emotion control that they're being literally expelled from having an expulsion from child care, which shouldn't be happening. We should be helping that family. We should be helping that child care provider. So now we know what is going on in terms of the brain development and the opportunity we've got. So the whole goal with Best Starts for Kids is really to prevent crises before they begin. To start early and invest heavily before the age of 5, then make strategic investments at critical points at a young person's developmental stages when they're in school, but also to invest in the community to reinforce a child's progress. Because we know that every family, every child is surrounded by a community, and we need to be paying attention to what your community, all communities in King County, are needing and are identifying as their issues. This initiative is really a new way of doing business for King County. Many times there are programs that have been put in place that have the county coming in and saying, here's a program, here's what we think you should do. Best Starts for Kids is looking at working with local community-based organizations and working with public health and working with communities to decide those investments. Particularly this community investment is a very new approach where we work directly with community-based organizations who are within the community, working with the city councils to talk about what does that community need and basing those investments on it. So we're really trying to shift the way we're doing business in the county. In public health, we're all about partnerships, and I'm delighted to say that this is based on a partnership approach. So Best Starts for Kids would be a 6-year countywide levy that would be on the November 2015 ballot. It's an outcomes-based investment. So instead of listing a set of programs that are going to be funded, what we're going to be talking about are what are the outcomes we want. And then in implementation, having those community-based organizations saying, I've got a best practice. I've got a program that can meet that outcome, and this is the community that we're working with. And we would then do a RFI or RFP based upon that are towards these outcomes, so that babies are born healthy, so that children are safe, healthy, and thriving, and communities are safe. But deeper than that, there are performance-based work that is coming out through various projects through the state and local efforts. We know that third grade reading level is a predictor for a lot of health, social service issues, graduation. We can tell that by third grade reading level. So we can use that as a measure here. We invest in young families, we invest in those children, and we are going for a level of third grade reading level and children ready when they enter school. So it's an outcomes-based approach. Here's the funding details. It would be a levy that would be based upon 14 cents per thousand of assessed value. So an average home in King County of about $400,000 would be about $56 per year. The county executive is very, very, very committed that 50% of these dollars should go to those first 2,000 days, to that very early investment. And I'll give you an example of that starting in the next slide, next few slides. But we also know that children, when they're in school, they have developmental milestones, and there are things we need to be doing for children while they're in school and helping their families. So the County Council has been working on a youth action plan. So this second level of the distribution would be based upon some of the recommendations in the youth action plan that's been in development this last year. This would be the prevention and early intervention investments with that. We want to put 9% directly to this innovative approach with communities. We have a partnership with the Seattle Foundation that I'm going to talk to you about, that they have been a first funder towards this idea of funding community organizations who develop the outcomes and the needs that they want to address within the community. It's very exciting work. And then we know we need to help with data and evaluation so that we can take promising practices that we want to test and show that they're meeting our outcomes. In addition, Adrienne Quinn, the head of DCHS, has put on the table a very proven but unique concept for the initial collection, and that's a family and youth homeless prevention. So $16 million of the first years of the levy would go to help stabilize and prevent homelessness. Right now what happens to families is often they have to become homeless in order to qualify for services. And we know that that's the opposite of what should happen, because once a family becomes homeless, it's a very difficult uphill stretch for them, and we would rather stabilize them. So this idea would be that a family who was facing homelessness, let's say there was domestic violence in the family, and let's say that the mom was getting ready to go back to work, but in order to achieve that and get her first paycheck, she needed help with some child care or rent for a couple of months. This flexible dollars would be able to go to that so that she does not lose that home for her family. So that's a very exciting, brand new, it's a proven practices in other areas outside of Washington that we would like to have here. The implementation would be led by a comprehensive community planning process after the levy passed. The assumption is a majority of the funding goes out to community-based organizations, and that we would have a competitive outcomes-focused process, as I've discussed. The county council will be talking about governance, but the suggestion was that a creation of an advisory body would be developed that is envisioned under the Youth Action Plan that would be for all youth. And then we have with the Seattle Foundation already a community of opportunity governance group that's helping develop this concept for these community investments, so we'd like to continue to use that. So let me talk about the strategies. So the first level of strategies in that prenatal to age 5, here's an example of the outcomes. So about 11% of this levy would be used to stabilize the maternal child health services that the Public Health Department does. As you know, last year, as I was coming in as interim director, the health department was facing a financial crisis, and we almost had to close many of our sites, which was truly heartbreaking because it was going to be affecting up to 40,000 families. So with the support of a lot of partners and the staff and councils all over the county, we were able to get bridge funding to stabilize those programs. So this levy would assure the continuation of the maternal child health programs that you have here in Bothell, and that is served by the North Shore Clinic. Public health, some of the other parts of public health still has a gap that I'm working with the county council on, but it was really important that this stabilize that footprint for the whole county in the work that we do in maternal child health. Other outcomes are to reduce low birth weight. I'm just delighted to tell you that one of the things about maternity support services, I was working actually for the state when that program came into being. I feel like part of the owner of that program. That's why it's so close to my heart. When we instituted that program, we had a 20% drop in low birth weight babies. So we know that that's a very important program, and we know we can continue to do better with programs that surround families, because a low birth weight child is not only very hard on that child, it can develop lifelong health problems. It's so very difficult on families. It pulls families out of employment, and it costs our healthcare system. So this is one of those that's a real shining example of an outcome that we can improve on and work towards. We also want to make sure that young families have the ability to space their children. That's one of the really important things that we give in our maternity support services, is after the birth of that baby, that families can decide when they want to have that next child and space that. That's economically helpful for families. They may want to have one right away, but they may want to wait a couple of years, and we need to make sure we're helping with that. And as I said, we want to reduce suspensions and expulsions from child care and other settings. We also want to do investments that will develop tools and technical assistance for child care. There's a lot of focus on formal child care right now, but I'm here to tell you that 70% of child care is done through family, friends, and neighbors. It's done by grandmas, it's done by churches, it's done by the neighborhoods, And we have not had the opportunity to really help those more informal child care settings, as well as parents who are looking for good child care, to assure that there are tools and the information we know on this neural development of children is accessible to those child care providers. Because we don't want any child care provider just housing children. Every moment with a child in child care is a brain development moment. And we need to get the tools out and technical assistance to help them with that. We particularly need to make sure we're watching for kids that are experiencing trauma that I described, because we need to give them extra and their families extra support so that they don't experience lifelong trauma. There was a study done a number of years ago that showed that children that had 4 or more experiences of real traumatic events, and that could be violence in the home or witnessing violence, hunger, homelessness, when they had domestic violence, when they had 4 or more of those, the chance of them getting heart disease, having a stroke, having problems with obesity, having some sort of mental health problem were up to 2 to 4 times more than folks that hadn't had that. So this is not just a matter of the child with its experience. We know if we help that, we're setting them on a better path to health. The second strategy in the school age would bring in options for screening for things like mental, behavioral, and substance abuse. One of the best practices would be that if a child was feeling depressed or was starting to exhibit behaviors, that the teacher could refer that the parents and the teacher could work together, or the custodial parent, to do a screening, and then a team would be available to help that child and teen out. In the Portland area, I believe it is, there's a program that does this that has reduced the first psychiatric hospitalization for teenagers by 26%. That is a really amazing statistic, that if you can put a program in that's supporting a teenager so they don't end up in their first psychotic break in the hospital, that avoids so many problems, including stigma of that child, as well as a problem reentering back into school. And we know we can do better. We've been working to talk with many school districts with some of our federal dollars to really enhance school nutrition and physical activity environments. We'd like to expand that and offer that to all school districts. We'd like to expand our school-based health center program to school districts that are interested in that. And all of this can be the path to really heading off a lot of the problems that we're paying for, as I mentioned earlier, as a result of problems. And then this marvelous new concept of our partnership with Seattle Foundation on community investment. This is where we work with communities and identify what are their needs. Do they need to really develop safe routes to schools? Do they have a problem with access to healthy and affordable foods? Do they need to look at everything from quality in the community of the partners coming together to do that planning? So this investment would allow the communities to come together, and an investment to really see what needs to be done within the community. So the timeline is that this ordinance went to the council on April 29th, and the vote should be on or about July 20th if it's going to go on the November ballot. So here's my, I'm happy to answer any questions. Here's how to get a hold of me. I do have a couple of slides, Mr. Mayor, on the North Shore Clinic. May I just transition to that before questions, or would you like to have some now?
I imagine you have several questions up here. Maybe we can do that, and then you can finish up with those slides. I've been, as you've been speaking, looking on my iPad. You are a world changer. It is incredible. looking at what you've done over your career.
Oh, me? Oh.
You personally. And so what a pleasure that you're actually here presenting this idea and leading this effort. I couldn't be in any better hands from what I can tell from what I just read from 4 different websites. So what a career you've had. So thank you so much for that. I love your idea of investing today for savings tomorrow. And you talk about it in such a way, but yet it's these people that you've cared for so many different years, whether it's in-home care, people dealing with traumas in homes or in other areas. Quite impressive.
That's very kind of you. Thank you so much.
Well, you've given your heart, and I love one of the quotes you actually said in one of the websites in here, that you are a nurse first, and that means you have a heart for people. So thank you. Councilmember Lamb?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I know we talk a lot in local government in particular about infrastructure and infrastructure improvements, and I think it's important for the public to understand, and I appreciate the detail that you went into in this proposal, that public health is part of our infrastructure. And when you go into the developing world and you see an absence of clean drinking water and sanitation and inspections of restaurants, and also these kind of early intervention techniques with children that you've been talking about, those are part of the infrastructure of any kind of civilized society that is improving and growing, and it is an integral part of it. I did have one question for you, and I don't know whether it was just not included in the details of this, but I didn't see any funding or any identification of early diagnosis for autism in there, and I think, is that present in this?
Yes, thank you for that question. One of the things that this would do in the 0 to 5, there is a national model called Bright Futures, where children should have developmental screening at certain time periods, and this would make that county-wide available, and that's done in partnership with your pediatric practitioners as well as child care providers. And autism awareness and screening is part of that.
That's really helpful, because 1 in 68 children now have autism, and the ideal age of diagnosis is 18 to 24 months, but the average age of diagnosis is 4 to 5
Right.
years, and that is actually exacerbated. It's slanted towards those who are poor, those who are members of ethnic minorities, those who are in more marginalized socioeconomic groups. So those people who are sort of least likely to access it, they can only access that diagnostic service once they get into the public school system, which is too late for appropriate intervention. So I'm excited to hear that. I might make a friendly suggestion that because there's so many people in this area who are touched by that issue, that might be something that you want to highlight in this presentation, because I think it's something that's important and it's something that's severely lacking in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you for your presentation. These are really important programs that you're talking about. I have a couple questions. The first one is, it seems like we have a lot of organizations trying to address a lot of the issues that you are presenting tonight. And so what will this levy do to sort of improve coordination and kind of reduce the sort of, maybe there's potential redundancy with different organizations doing the same, trying to achieve the same outcome?
Couple of things to think about with that. So first off, because we're going to really base this on outcomes, and we have so much science, it will allow us to work with those community-based organizations to help them tool up their current practices. So I think that's the first thing I'm really excited about. As I've been going out and meeting with a lot of community-based organizations, they're very excited about the opportunity to look at their own practices and align them to the future. So I think it will do that. Secondly, we are going to be really looking to offer technical assistance and then define the role that we have as the county to help that coordination. One of the number one things I hear when I'm out talking with parents is, I didn't know where to turn. I didn't know where to turn. But you're absolutely right. We have a lot of organizations in and around the county that are trying to provide that information to families. So we've got to find a different way. There's no one answer to that. We're looking at key resources like 211 and how they're talking with parents. We're looking at the excellence of an organization you may or may not be familiar with called Within Reach, that has an incredible website called Parent Help 123 that is an amazing resource for families that I don't think we have gotten out there enough. So I think we have to use different strategies to do what you're talking about. Because I think organizations that are highlighting towards unique populations, we need to support those in emerging best practices, because a lot of the research that have been done with some of these programs have not been done with different populations. And so we need to recognize that we have to support community-based organizations working with unique populations, but holding them to the outcomes. So I feel it's all of those layers of opportunities we've got with this that we want to do.
And then you had mentioned that 75% of the county's general fund budget is dedicated to law and court services,
Right.
The justice system. And so presumably if we make this investment early, we should see a decrease on the other end.
Mm-hmm.
So what will be your assessment piece of this grant to determine if we're being successful with that? And is there a timeline that you feel that these investments now will pay off in X number of years in the future?
I think that's the great question for this. We are, and this was based upon both the research and also some experts that have advised Executive Constantine on what the package should be. And I would say that there are certain things that we know in public health, like we worked with a school district, and within 2 years we saw the obesity curve change for that student population by some work. So we know there are some things within a 2 to 6 year period we can dent. But really what Executive Constantine has said is, in order to really start erasing some of those investments on the other end, you've got to make sure you're getting kids in school and starting to see that stabilization in school. So if we start at that really young age, it's going to take us a few years. But I think by the end of the first levy, if we do a good job with the outcomes, we're going to start seeing less problem in daycares, that kids are testing at the 3rd grade reading level when they come in. We have hallmarks for signs that we know through other research is going to pay off.
Thank you.
Councilmember Evans.
Thank you for your information. I had just wanted to offer one suggestion for partnering. The Parks and Recreation profession is very involved in youth, as you know, in a lot of different areas, and has had a movement both nationally and at the state level and local level to get kids off the couch, out of that passive lifestyle, away from the electronics, in front of the TV and things. So I think they can help reduce youth at healthy weight, the obesity issue that we're seeing more and more in young people because they're just not active. So I think, to me, that would be an ideal partnership to work with either local recreation departments or our state association, whatever the case may be, and because they do a lot of this programming to get our kids active. And I think the next best thing to a good police department and our public safety areas is an active Parks and Recreation part with a lot of programs for our kids to get involved in. So I think, to me, that seems like it would be natural for at least one element for you to connect up with those. If you haven't already done that, maybe you have.
Yeah, we actually have done that in my prevention division, but you're right. Especially the community investment here allows us to do some really great and rocking things with local parks. I'm very excited, so thank you for that, and we'll make sure we do include that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Ram.
Thank you for your presentation. This presentation was given to the Sound Cities Association, and I don't remember, was that you that did?
We've done 2 or 3 with that. I've been there
Okay.
twice, I think.
Okay.
I get it.
Nice
I've
to see
been
you
around.
again, or hear this information again.
Yeah.
I've always been shocked by, for a whole county to pay $65 million a year for the level of investment that we're going to get. It's a no-brainer in my mind, and you have my vote, yes, personally, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. I do have a couple questions, though. You mentioned so it's a 6-year levy? Mm-hmm. Okay. And so it has a sunset period at the 6. Okay, and then the distributions you said for 9% of it you said would go for communities, and you mentioned an RFP process. Is that the only part that'll have an RFP process, or will it also have an RFP process for the ages 0 through 5 and 5 through 24?
Right. Sorry about that. It really is for all of it, working with community-based organizations across the whole thing.
And so is it just community-based organizations that could respond to the proposals, or is it just wide
No,
open?
but it's assumed that your local organizations that are actually working in the community. But, for example, Communities of Opportunity with the Seattle Foundation, that's expected to be a partnership with the city or the Parks Department, along with community-based organizations or the local food bank, or, yeah.
Okay.
We're
cool.
trying to keep it as flexible as possible.
And can the county give the school district money to fund their nursing program to do the screenings and that type of thing? Does it work that way?
The school nurse system, so this doesn't envision paying for the school nurse infrastructure. What this would do is have the screenings we're talking about embedded in either the school-based health center or with some staffing that would help the school accomplish that, because the school-based health funding is statewide not enough, for sure. And the burden on that school nurse in order to just get all the care plans that needs to be done. It's why some of the exemplary practices actually have a school-based health center matched with a great school nurse that really works really well for families.
So like a unit that can go from school to school type of thing, is the county?
It could be. Yeah, it could be. I don't think, we're trying not to be hard and fast in a model with this, but really see what do we need to do and what are the best practices around it.
So we have a county line that divides the city of Bothell, and so I'm just curious for the Snohomish County side, say that there was schools that had kids on both sides of the border going to that school, and you had
Really good question.
yeah, would they have to bring their driver's license? How would they get services?
I'm not the kid police, so that's a really good question. We haven't really talked about that. We need to support the families, that are in this area with this proposal. I'm going to be meeting and talking about this proposal with all of the local public health jurisdictions next month when we come together. So Snohomish will be there, and I'll talk to Gary Goldblum about it, who is the director up there.
Yeah, I think you have just 2 cities that are cut in half.
Yeah.
So, all right, thank you. Or it's probably more school districts, though.
Great, thanks. So you have a brief update on the health center?
A couple for you, yes. So the North Shore Public Health Center is located at 145th, and we have satellite clinics in partnership with Health Point with their downtown Bothell 3 days a week. And we're also working with Health Point on their expansion plans and trying to do that. It's been a wonderful partnership over time. We've appreciated it. Here are some demographics for you. You'll see, again, as I've said, that we serve primarily low-income women who are pregnant and the mothers and their young children, and children up to the age of 5. We do not do primary care. I like to say that right up front. That's why we partner with Health Point. We provide the wraparound services and our expertise, which is maternity support services, the WIC program, the Nurse Family Partnership home visiting program, those services to get the women and their families the services they need to make sure they can be successful. As you see, the total clients for the year 2013 were 4,200. 93% of those were below 200% of the federal poverty level. 62% were families of color. 8% were homeless. And of our maternity support services clients, those that had drug or alcohol problems were actually 21%. And so we really work to get those families help, get them into treatment. And then we obviously use a lot of interpreters in our that. So 1,300 Bothell residents receive services at King County Public Health Centers annually. The maternity support services provide social, emotional, physical health support. As I said, it supplements prenatal medical visits. We work very closely with OB providers. Oftentimes, we get referrals from the community service office for the DSHS. We have nurses that are stationed in those CSOs. They refer the woman to us. We make sure that that woman gets into the OB provider so that she starts her prenatal care as soon as possible. The Women, Infant, and Children program, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this. It's nutrition education and services with monthly checks for healthy foods. Includes some screenings and referrals. And most importantly, they do a lot of work for breastfeeding support because we know that the longer a woman can breastfeed a child up to the age of 1, it does an incredible amount for both the bonding with the mom but also lifelong health. And let me just stop by quickly saying, in King County, we're blessed by having a unique integrated model with this. It's pretty unique around the state that allows us to leverage these two programs to maximize them in a way that other places in the state that has them separate or embedded differently doesn't have the synergy. So I'm very proud that we've developed it that way. The King County Council had a budget proviso around North Shore. We just, and there's the budget proviso, we were to provide a report on options. So one of the things with the North Shore clinic building that we have right now is that a large portion of it has been empty for a couple of years. And so public health has a very small footprint in it. So one of the things that's under consideration is should and could the county sell that building and either rent the space back to public health, so we would stay in that place, or sell the building and have us create another opportunity for our WIC and MSS program in another location, not to get rid of it, but to have it in a different place. So this proviso is at the county council right now to consider. It was transmitted at the end of last month. So what I want you, the takeaway is, it's not about removing any services up here. It's about this building that's been empty and whether or not public health stays in that building, gets another place to have the services, expands our satellites with HealthPoint. And I'm really pleased to be able to go over that with you because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding around that.
Patty, thank you so much for coming out this evening and appreciate the work that you're doing here in our county and beyond.
Well, thank you so much, and I really appreciate the time.
Good deal. Have a great night. So, Council, before we go on, we received from our clerk a question whether we're going to be attending the Association in Washington City's annual conference in Wenatchee, June 23rd through 26th. So by evening's end, if you could look at your calendars and let her know, that would be excellent. Great. So next on the agenda is our visitor section. Just as a heads up, I am going to have a visitor section before the RFA discussion. So if you've signed up tonight, I'll just give the opportunity to say I'll wait until the RFA discussion so you can have that more aligned with our talk on that. So this is an opportunity for people to come forward and speak to council, issues that are important to them. We ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. We do have a timer up there, and our clerk always starts it once you're up there and has a little contingency time in there as well. So first on our sign-up sheet, I have Mary Kay Branscombe, and I already have your address. Hi. Yeah, if you just come forward. And just as you begin to speak, make sure the little light is on the microphone. That would be excellent.
Oh, sorry. If you just take that off and then, there you go.
Hi, my name is Mary Kay Branscombe, and I'm a parent and the president of the PTA at Frank Love Elementary. And I'm here on behalf of our parent group. We are asking that you improve the sidewalks, the crosswalks, and the school zone around our school. As of right now, our building was built for 500 students, and we have 700 students. Every student within a mile is asked to be a walking student, but because there's no crosswalk on 4th Avenue, except for directly in front of the school, and there is no sidewalk down 224th, all of our parents choose to drive their children, which create a huge safety risk for all of the other students who choose to walk to school. Fourth Avenue is incredibly busy, and we are fortunate that the Bothell Police Department has stepped up their presence at the four-way stop, enforcing the school zone. But they can't be there every day. They're not there at before and after pickup. It just doesn't work for their schedule, and we understand that. So we're asking the City Council to look at this and consider improving our school zone for the safety of our children. We've already had a student from the high school that was hit by a car 4 blocks from our school zone there earlier this year, and I would hate for a death or another injury to happen, especially to someone going to elementary school. It's scary. So we actually have pictures and a petition that we started 10 hours ago that has roughly 200 signatures. And so we'd like to keep working on that, and we'd like to work with you to see what we can do. The purple signs are actually what we were hoping for as a school zone sign, just so that people know that you're getting close to an elementary school, and you should be careful because there will be small children. There are very few sidewalks on any of the residential streets in this area.
Can you do me a favor and just scoot that paper over a little bit so the legend shows? Oh, maybe there is no legend.
No,
Oh,
I
okay.
can tell you. We also have a piece of paper with all the description of what we're asking
Perfect.
for you, and we have the petition for you too. So it's basically we're asking for the street in front of the school here. There's a sidewalk for about a block. We're asking it to be extended by a block. All of the purple signs are the school zone signs, and the stars are the crosswalks. There are just 3 crosswalks that would need to be added, one at 218th, 216th, and 220th. 4th Avenue is a main thoroughfare. It's very busy, and children are darting across the road. I actually have a nice photo of that for you, because there's grass that grows up probably about 3 feet, and it was just mowed today for the first time since spring. But yeah, so thank you very much.
Great. You're going to have some questions, I imagine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So first up, the 2 stars. Isn't that a dip there? Isn't it?
Actually, there is. It's a very large hill, and it starts right at 221st, and it actually goes up all the way to 216th. The bottom of the hill would be 221st, but 220th is partially up on one side, and 218th is basically at the crest on the other side. 216th is the top.
The standard speed limit when school is not in session is 25 miles per hour?
It's 25 posted in one area, but it's 30 in every other area. The part that goes up into Snohomish County is posted at 25, but that's up around the bend past 216th.
Okay.
And in Bothell, our school zone only goes 3 houses past our school.
Okay. Have you presented a packet to our Public Works Director?
I have not.
Okay. That would be helpful.
I will.
Councilmember Sandberg?
Thank you for your presentation. I've heard a lot of concerns about the lack of sidewalks and the queuing of the cars there, and the traffic and the safety issues. Will you remind me, are there sidewalks on both sides of 4th Avenue, or is it just on the east side?
Just on the east side.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that's why you feel like there should be crosswalks at 220th and 218th, because that's where the sidewalk is, on the east side.
Correct. They
Okay.
expect your children to cross 4th with no crosswalk.
Okay. And then more of a question for staff and Public Works. Are we able to coordinate or potentially cost share with the school district, because there are facilities that support both school children and residents?
We do have that ability. When we've worked with the school district previously, they also don't have the funding for these improvements necessarily. So, but we do continue to work with them, particularly to apply for grant funding when we can.
Well, I would support us having maybe another more current dialogue with the North Shore School District, and maybe we can address this as a part of our budget update. People have always asked about the need for crosswalks and sidewalks throughout the city, and so if we had a budget impact for that that we could discuss, I think that would be very helpful as well. And what I'm hearing too is maybe increased signage to alert drivers of approaching school zone, which is probably a lower cost option. and then potentially changing the speed limits in that area as well, which might be, maybe a more immediate, lower-cost option, because sidewalks can be expensive, and we would need to budget for that. So I guess I would support council looking at that in some more detail.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lamb.
Thank you so much. I saw actually your petition online, and so I was looking forward to your presentation tonight. I know that area very, very well. One of my son's friends lives actually by one of the blue dots at the top of that. So I think this is a really important issue. I'd like to have this brought back to council in a study session where we talk not just about your concern, although I agree that your concern is pressing, and I think we need to look at that, but also just kind of the prioritization of crosswalks and sidewalks towards schools and towards the safety of children and their getting to and from school. Because I think that there's obviously in this community and in every community a much greater need for sidewalks and crosswalks than we have money for, but I think that we should as a community prioritize and work in partnership with the school district to emphasize safe transit for our kids, because they're the people who are the most vulnerable when they transit. So thank you so much for organizing this, and I would look forward to hopefully my colleagues on the council would agree with bringing this back at another meeting.
Great. Deputy Mayor Spivey.
Thank you for coming out. And the parents of Frank Love, as well as Crystal Springs and other schools, this is a common problem with speeding near school zones and all. So I look forward to having this come back to council and having a bigger, more holistic discussion around all of our schools. Your request for school zone signs, it expands out quite a bit, and I know there's going to be we could probably get some added, but it's not going to, my guess is there's a legal side of it as to school zone speed limits and stuff that is in RCW as to how far away they can be placed. So I don't want you to we'll work towards doing something, but I don't want you to get your hopes up that's going to be all the way up to 216th.
Well, we were actually just going by what the school mandates is a mile, and 216th is the mile marker. So we were just trying to incorporate that and look at all the really busy streets.
But the mile walking, that's a school district policy.
Correct.
And so it's going to be a delicate balance in there. So as much as we're going to try and help you out, I don't want you to get your hopes up that.
No. One sign is better than nothing. At
Exactly.
This
So,
point. We would like some action.
I really look forward to coming back and having again a more holistic discussion, so we can talk about all of our schools and have the same approach for all of our schools. So, thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Branscombe.
Thank you.
Mr. Stevenson, I saw that you signed up for the RFA. Would you like to wait, or would you like to speak right now?
I would wait, sir.
You'll wait? Okay. And then Mr. Eric Bernard? Is it do you want to wait or speak now? Okay. And then Judith Carpenter?
When I was working in downtown Seattle, I would take North I-5 up to 145th to travel home at night to Bothell because 520 was always so congested, as well as northbound 405. When my office was moved to Bellevue, I took Lake Washington Boulevard north through downtown Kirkland and up 100th to get home. That was because northbound 405 was getting even more congested, making the trip on 100th going north from 145th to my home located at Village of River Bend, 96th, was challenging in rush hour traffic, and that was only 3 years ago. Before Bentley, with its 126 homes, were built. In addition to Bentley, there's Verity with 26 homes, Piper's Glen with 83 homes. That's 235 homes total. With the development of the back nine, there would be hundreds more cars added to the rush hour. It is time that a traffic study be done before any more development is begun. 100th/Juanita Way is listed as a collector street. With the tolling going in on 405, this road will become even more congested as a way to bypass it. You have heard testimony from several Bothell residents who live along this road that it is extremely difficult to enter the roadway to leave for work, take the kids to and from school, and the lengthy response times for first responders. I urge the council to get the traffic study done before any more houses are built along this congested road. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. Mr. Crooks, Todd Crooks.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me come here and speak. This is kind of an impromptu attendance here, so I don't have a full presentation to give. But as you can see, I'm the founder and the president and the main grunt worker for used to be the Seattle Veterans Museum, and now we call ourselves the Veterans Heritage Museum. We existed in downtown Seattle in Benaroya Hall thanks to the help of Patsy Collins, who I'm sure a lot of you know her, the matriarch of Seattle. She kind of had a space rented there next to the wall where the 8,400 names of Washington residents that have been killed in war since 1940. And she kind of had a space there. It was about the size of this floor space right here in front of you. And that's where our museum was for 10 years until she provided enough money for about 3 years. And we managed to, doing our own fundraising, to be in that location for about 10 years until I finally ran out of steam. I have a daughter. She was 3 back then. She's 10 now, but I'm saying I just kind of started spending more of my fundraising time on fundraising. And so the museum kind of slid downhill a little bit. And in 2012, we kind of ran out of money. And I went to Seattle and asked them for a space about this big and one paid employee to kind of keep things going. Doing it with just volunteers is kind of tough to keep the place manned. We were only open 2 days a week, but some weekends nobody's available. And Seattle could not come up with 1,000 square feet and one person, which I didn't quite understand the math there. But at this point in time, the VFW in Everett saved us, and I'm trying to get somebody else to manage this effort. And so now we've actually moved out of the VFW and we're just in storage. And I'm not asking Bothell to build a $400 million sports stadium. Apparently that's easy. Seattle's working on their 3rd one. But I would just like King County and Snohomish County, and I think Bothell would be a great choice since you're in both, to kind of be the leadership, to kind of draw those groups together and come up with that kind of space. I mean, our mission is to honor and thank our military veterans for the price they paid for our freedom and to teach other Americans about that sacrifice. There you go.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Crooks.
And
do you have more?
Thing,
okay.
You know, I'm trying to get my composure here.
Absolutely.
I have met way too many Gold Star moms, orphans, and veterans that are torn up either physically or emotionally. This museum, there's nothing like it in this area. I mean, when I started it, it was kind of a history thing, even though I know the sacrifices veterans have made. But it is so much more than just a history museum. There's a Veterans Museum down in Chehalis. But other than that, there's a Coast Guard Museum downtown in Seattle that's kind of a Coast Guard history museum. The things that we did, the veterans we met, the stories we heard, it's unbelievable. And it's just a shame that this organization, it's so tough. Why do I have to push so hard to keep something going where 1.4 million Americans have already died? There's not much more I can do. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Do you have a question on this matter? Or others have questions?
Oh, I don't have a question. I have a statement.
Okay.
I would be happy to support you in any way I can. You have 2 combat veterans up here.
All right.
So I'm speaking for one.
Thank you for your service to our
I appreciate that, but I'll support you in any way I can.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Lamb.
Councilor Evans is the other, just for the record. No, it's all right. It may have been obvious, but I wanted to give him his proper due. So I wanted to say thank you so much for what you're doing, and I have an idea, which sometimes ideas come up here, and sometimes they're good, and sometimes they're not. But we in our community, we're honoring a young man who gave his life in service to our country. His name is Nicholas Medroso, with renaming a park that's pretty close to the King-Snohomish County line. we have a new parks director, and I won't pretend to speak for him in terms of what that design is, but that's coming up this year, and that's space that King County actually leases to us, but we have as a park. I don't know what the space requirements are for your facility, and it may be completely inappropriate, but he was a really remarkable young man, and he gave his life in service to his country in Afghanistan. So that's just a thought that I'll leave you with, and I'll ask our staff to follow up with you and see if that's something that would be appropriate. It may not be, but it was the spirit moved me, so I thought I would raise it.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. Ms. Gwynn, I saw Ms. Gwynn in here. Okay. Sandy, do you want to speak now or wait for the RFA discussion? Okay. Great. I have no other sign-ups this evening. Did others fill them out already that I don't already have up here? No? Sir? Yeah, we usually have people fill these out. If you don't have one filled out, just come up. If you wouldn't mind, just give me your name, your address for the record.
Well, I want to speak later and speak about zoning and things like that.
Oh, on the comp plan?
Yeah.
Perfect. Good. Then just during this time, if you could just go fill out one, and they're in the back hall. That'd be excellent. Thank you, sir. Okay. Well, that brings us to the end of our visitor section. I'd like to turn the floor over. Councilmember Agnew just had a quick question on one of the speakers.
I know one of the speakers just got up and talked about the traffic and asking for a traffic impact study on Waynita Way, and I know that it's coming up and we're looking at concurrency on that. Is there any way that we could also look at the traffic? Do we have enough time to look at the traffic impact in that?
In this presentation to council that staff will be bringing in, I believe, June, one of the proposals is to do a traffic study. We don't yet know what the estimated cost of that would be or what the budget would be, but staff will be prepared to speak to that in June.
Councilmember Lamb? Oh, you didn't? Oh, sorry. So the consent agenda, one item was pooled.
I actually just had a follow-on question to that. Since we have so many moving parts, we have comp plan, we have traffic study, we have concurrency, is it appropriate in this situation to potentially impose a moratorium on housing in the Waynita Valley until such time all those moving pieces can be resolved and there can be some clarity that we have a plan to deal with the increasing traffic in that area?
I would support that.
Maybe you could put that on the agenda for a future conversation.
Yeah, I was just asking staff if we would. Is that a possibility? No.
Joe?
Well, moratorium is something that this council does have at its disposal in certain situations. It's always a very risky step to take. It is because you are potentially infringing on people's rights. And so you have to take it in a very considered manner and make sure that it's for a very short period of time. There are a number of things that we'd want to present to you if you're serious in considering that issue. That's a whole agenda item for sometime in the future when staff's had a chance to prepare for it and fully brief you on it. It's not a knee-jerk kind of thing that can just happen like that. You have to be careful.
I want to follow up on the traffic study. Is that I certainly understand that folks who live on 100th are experiencing a high volume of traffic. I live in the Snohomish County portion of Bothell. We're experiencing a high volume of traffic on 228th. I want to make sure that, because I think traffic is one of the things that people view through the lens of what they experience. 39th has a high volume of traffic. 228th has a high volume of traffic. So to the extent that we're doing a traffic study, I'd like it to be not confined to one area of the city, but that we look at other areas that are high impact and need help.
Great. All right, so consent agenda one item was pooled, which leaves AB 15062 remaining. Does anybody want to make a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lamb, second by Councilmember Agnew. If everybody could place their vote. And the clerk display. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Councilmember Rayum polled 15063. I consider approval of proposed questions for the 2015 community survey. Councilmember Rayum.
So on page 13 of our packet, question 26, I'd like to propose some changes to the question so it reads, how should I do this? I want to replace the word race with ethnicity and then delete the words black and white from the question.
Let us get to that really quick.
Yeah, in the form of a motion, I'd be interested. I would like to accept the staff recommended action, except for on question 26, change it from race to ethnicity. So it asks, what ethnicity would you classify yourself as? And then remove the word black next to African American and remove the word white from next to Caucasian for two of the choices.
Second.
Any discussion?
I'd like to make an amending motion.
Okay.
I would like to restore on question 4 the fire station item that was stricken, which is building a fire station in the southern end of the city. That would be my first amending motion.
Second. Any discussion? Yes. Councilmember Agnew.
I won't be supporting that motion, that amending motion. I think that's putting the cart before the horse. I think we need to take a look and find out what we're going to do, if we're going to move with an RFA. If we're not going to move with an RFA, that's an entirely different issue. Then the city's probably going to be forced to build a station at some time in the south end. But I think at this point in time, it is an inappropriate question.
So, if you don't mind answering a question, regardless, RFA or no RFA, wouldn't that be a fair question to the citizens, or not? Isn't one way or another? Isn't that need in existence?
It depends on what study you are relying on. If you look at the ESCI study, it talks about response times in that area that are adequate at this point in time.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'll speak to.
Peter would like to speak first. Assistant Manager.
Yes, just going back to the first part of the motion, and while I understand Councilmember Rayum's sentiment, I'm pretty certain that I recall from Dr. Brown's comments last week that these are federal guidelines for how to pose these questions. So I would just throw that out there as something to be cognizant of. I obviously wouldn't take a stand, but he may, when we go back to him with those changes, he may come back and say that we either have to ask it the way he's posed it or not ask it.
Okay. So on the amendment at first, though, of Council's conversation on the question being restored, anybody want to speak on that?
I'll speak to my motion. Okay. I think it's an important question. I don't view it as being precluded by the RFA. I mean, I think there's a number of, all of these questions are in some sense forward-looking questions about what we would do in the future, and I think assessing the opinion of the whole city about the need, and particularly the people who are newly annexed into our city, who have never had an opportunity to vote in an election in the city of Bothell other than the recent Prop 1, this is something I think would be very useful to get that information from them. So I'd like to have this question included.
Great. Thanks. Anyone else? Councilmember Sandberg.
Well, I was the one who originally proposed striking that language just because putting it in there presupposes that there's a need, and someone might read that and think, oh, there's a need, whereas you look at the other bullets, and these are all things that people have daily experience with: maintaining the appearance of parks and trails, reducing traffic congestion, providing fire, police services, improving roads, and the like. So, but I'm fine with leaving it in if, this is our opportunity to ask questions. So I never want to turn down an opportunity to ask public questions. So I'm fine leaving it in, but I do have my reservation about putting it there and potentially giving it weight, but I'm fine with it.
Okay. Others? All right, seeing none, if everybody could place their vote on the amendment to restore the question, building a fire station in the southern end of the city to serve the portion of the city that was annexed in February 2014. The yes vote would be to restore. So it passes 5-2. So now Councilmember Lamb still have the floor?
Yeah, so I have the second. We kind of went immediately into a motion, and I know that wasn't the intent of Councilmember Rayum, but I did have a question that I want to ask staff about this because I'm a little bit concerned, and I'm just going to make my motion, and then we can ask staff a question. I would move that we do this not by mail, but as a phone survey. And the question that I wanted to, and so if there's no second, then there's no need to answer my question.
I'll second it.
So the concern that I have is when we went through this, there is a selection bias in doing a mail survey. I think a lot of people today, some people love getting mail, a lot of people just throw out their mail. And I'm concerned that this would be one of those things that would be fairly easy to manipulate in terms of getting people to, a certain group of people to respond, because it's going to be cast out to a large number of people. Whereas a telephone survey, it was interesting, I had done the telephone survey that our pollster had talked about for community transit, and the thing about a telephone survey is that the selection bias is just people who don't like to do telephone surveys, and they were very persistent because they wanted to fit a certain demographic. You can't really be persistent with one of these surveys. I mean, you can send people a reminder notice, but I believe that a telephone survey, when you look at what what the private sector does and what other government agencies have been doing in this thing, when they want the most reliable data without a selection bias, they choose a telephone survey. One of the reasons they do that, and one of the things that we have a lot of in this survey, are long lists of questions. And there is a bias when you aren't able to randomize those in a mail survey, and you can't randomize them in a mail survey because it's too expensive. You have to print too many of them. In a telephone survey, you're able to rotate all of the questions that are coming in, and I think you get genuinely a more, I think the data is better than doing a survey and then an online survey. That's just my opinion from statistical research and what I believe would produce a more valid result. I also think it's more consistent with what we've done in the past, and I think part of the utility of these polls is that you have the most commonalities between the polls from year to year, so that we can look at them and track the data. I'm not convinced that, I don't know what the savings is, and that's what I'm looking forward to learning, but I feel it would be, I guess I'll let you answer what the savings would be, but I kind of feel like it may be worth the extra money.
Yeah, I can't tell you either exactly what the savings would be. I would come back to you with a question, though, that one of the advantages of this was that they would provide a link where people could go to a web-based same version of the survey. You're not opposed to I would investigate whether that could be possible with a telephone administered survey as well. If that's
I think it is if you contact people. I mean, I guess my feeling is you could say, if you don't have time to talk to me now, you can fill it out at this web link and do that. I think you still have this. I wouldn't object to including that in the motion, no, of having the web-based component. I just think it's going to be better data, and I think when you look at when candidates are running for public office, when you have people doing focus groups and data research on that for products and things, although telephone technology has evolved a lot, I think there's a reason people still resort to that. And mail surveys are very infrequently used by the private sector, and they're very infrequently used by those who I think really rely on the data to get back. So that's my 2 cents as to why I think I'm a little leery because I don't know what the cost is, and I think we need to have a budget line impact. So
he indicated it would be more expensive. How much, I don't know, and I'll find out for you and get back to you. You remember the comment he made about not being able to use random dialing?
For cell phones, you can't. You can't use random dialing for cell phones. You have to have somebody dial it, and so that adds a labor cost to it. But
yeah, I seem to recall he said that the law wouldn't allow you to use, for a survey like that, wouldn't allow you to use a random call under any circumstances.
I think you can do it for a landline. You can't do it for a cell phone. Yeah.
I'll find out.
Yeah. But that would be my motion. So if we need to have the fiscal impact, I would ask that we table this. Then I would change my motion to table it if there's support. But I guess I'll find out if there's support for my amending motion.
Councilmember Evans, and then Deputy Mayor Spivey.
My concern is on the telephone survey that I think it takes a lot of attempts to get completes on that, or you get partial completes or whatever the case may be. So I'm concerned. I understand the motion or the amendment here of the bias on the selection, and I guess that is a potential. I don't know if that's outweighed by the fact of a telephone survey, getting the completed survey, completes on that. And so I would be interested in knowing what the financial difference is on that, to see what that is. I know we did discuss it in our study session, and I know the consultant did comment on it, but he seemed quite prone to this mail survey, but in light of the question, I would be interested in what the cost would be, additional cost.
Provided that the cost isn't outrageous, I'm supportive of this. I'm part of another organization, and our consultant on there said for the most accurate data, a phone survey is the way to go. And from anecdotal, I receive no mail surveys other than from an organizations that I belong to. So they're targeting their own membership for a survey. Those are the ones I get by mail. But for government entities or anything else, my house phone rings and they want to do a survey, and so it's obviously a trend. And again, organization I belong to for the randomization and the broad spectrum of people that they were going for, they recommended a phone survey. So that's why, as long as it wasn't cost prohibitive, I would support it.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Sandberg.
I won't be supporting the motion. I remember the consultant telling us that it was significantly more expensive to do a phone survey. This is a lengthy survey. You're going to be on the phone a long time with the surveyor, and we have the opportunity through social media, traditional advertising, to alert the public that such a survey will be showing up in their mail. And so having a mail survey gives the respondent the opportunity to have a thoughtful analysis of what the questions are that you just don't get on a phone survey when you're pressed for time and someone's calling you. So, and then when he gets his responses in, he can correct for any kind of selection bias. So I think that that it's appropriate actually to have it as a mail survey, and so that's why I won't be supporting the motion.
Great, thank you. Others? Councilmember Agnew, then Rayum.
I won't be supporting the motion either. I think that in this day and age, if we do not use social media, we are a little foolish. That seems to be the way that most people talk nowadays, not particularly my generation, but I don't even have a Twitter account, nor do I care to. But I think others do, and that's the way they communicate, and I think we need to reach out to them as best we can.
Councilmember Rayum, and then Councilmember Lamb.
So I'm not going to support the amending motion. We had hired Dr. Bruce Brown, which he's not only a consultant, but I would imagine he has the credentials to inform us about what is the best surveying method for our community. So I'm going to rely on his expertise and not support this motion.
So I guess I would just say two things. One, my motion has nothing to do with social media. It has nothing to do with using Facebook, nothing to do with using Twitter. It has to do with using a telephone survey versus a paper in the mail survey. I have no problem with having the online link, which also is not, for the record, social media. The second point is Dr. Bruce Brown actually conducted a telephone survey that I participated in for community transit. The rationale that he gave for doing it for the city of Bothell by paper and not by phone survey was not that it was statistically superior, but that it was cheaper. My question is, and I hope that we can find out whether it's worth it. And that's why I made the motion I have. I'm happy to convert it into a motion to table to continue this conversation.
Great. Councilmember Evans.
Do we have the budget for this, approximately what we have set aside for the survey?
Yeah, we have, as far as the increase, I can't imagine that the increase is all that significant, but we do have the budget for the way it was planned.
How much is that?
I believe it was $18,000.
And so the potential is that could be less through a telephone survey? Or
no, more.
Would likely be more.
Okay.
The question is how much more?
Yeah. Well, if it's appropriate to table, I'd like to table this item to get the cost of this additional cost for a telephone survey.
So, Councilmember Lamb, you have to withdraw your motion.
I would withdraw my amending motion and convert it to a motion to table until our next meeting.
The secretary agree? Yeah. Okay. So now your motion is to table.
To table this until our next meeting.
Okay. And do we have a second? Yes. Okay. Anybody wish to speak to that? No? All in favor, if you could place your vote. Yeah, Councilmember Ram?
I just want to say with the table and looking into the price, I'd also like to know about the changes proposed that I have proposed if
Absolutely.
they're in
Yep.
compliance with federal regulations.
I think that's a great idea.
All right.
Any other questions that we should put forward tonight in this table that anybody has on this document, just so we can come back with all the answers? No? Okay. So everybody could place their vote to table this to our next meeting. And clerk display passes 6-1. Next item on the agenda is our study session regarding art elements for Horse Creek. We should have a presentation this evening. Welcome.
Oh, sorry. The time's out. And your first pick, right? Okay, you just click this. Once it comes up. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Kinji. I'm currently working on the construction of Horse Creek project downtown. I am here to present to you the art elements package proposed as part of construction for Horse Creek, but also here to gather your feedback and answer your questions. So as Horse Creek project evolved and begun construction, a good opportunity became apparent to incorporate into the construction artistic elements, decorative features along this half-mile corridor, which passes through existing landmarks as well as future landmarks. And to promote a walkable downtown, but also create characteristic spaces and gateways to tie the developing downtown together. And to take advantage of the construction timeline that we have going currently, the Horse Creek project design team developed a package, which is in front of you, incorporating some artistic elements and some whimsical features along this stretch. This packet will replace strategic stretches of our current contract with more decorative features that you see in front of you. This is a location for specific. The vertical sculptures are one of the elements. We have some decorative railing, and also we have raindrop pavers that are flush with the sidewalk, and some of the inspiration behind, and some other examples of the raindrop features.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So some of the inspiration and examples of how this package was developed by the designers. And I believe you have the whole packet.
What was the inspiration?
So there are opportunities, with the momentum of what we're doing, to incorporate some of the artistic elements, which will also align with the intent of the municipal code for 1% public arts funds, but also promote walkability in this downtown stretch, tie together the existing landmarks that we have currently, as well as future landmarks coming in the near future. So, and to take advantage of all that we have going on, we developed this as part of the Horse Creek, and we're proposing that this goes forward as a construction of part of the construction.
Great. Thank you. Ready for questions?
Yep.
So my first question is, there's on sheet 7 of 11 of the plan set, we're naming the Horse Creek Half-Acre Park. I'm wondering if we could just name it the Horse Creek Park. Is it necessary to designate how large the park is? I know maybe formally that's how we reference it.
There are actually certain things that are sort of penciled in. Horse Creek, Horse Creek is the project, Half-Acre Park, as well as the Popkini Road, or the future Popkini Road. So those have been just penciled in for now. And also the details you see will be fine-tuned as we get into construction.
Great. Yeah. Well, since it's penciled in, maybe we could erase the half-acre park portion of it. Maybe we have a 5-acre park at Medrosa. I don't know. Other folks have questions?
So I had a question just for clarification for the public. This is all, because I've gotten a lot of questions about the cost of the Horse Creek project overall. This is funded through the sort of an arts fund that's set aside within our public works, so it's not, is that correct?
This is the proposal. This is part of the proposal that actually Horse Creek is a utility project, but because of the particular location and unique urban environmental location and characteristics that we are building currently in downtown, we thought it would be a very good opportunity to include art features that would be part of and owned by the Public Arts Fund.
So this is being accessed from the Public Arts Fund?
That is the proposal, yes.
Okay, all right.
And in fact, one revision to the current agenda bill summary is it states that June 16th, this item will return to council as a public hearing. In fact, it will be on the consent agenda and not a public hearing.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Great. Others? Councilmember Evans.
Thank you. Can you clarify for me, there's railings in there now in the base bid, and so we'll get a deduct by taking those out, and then that money will go towards these creative railings. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. So the cost that is summarized here includes that deduct of the standard railing and replaced with the
24,000. Okay, so, and are these, I think I read in here, laser cut steel or something like that. So these are custom design. I can tell you, having done some work like this in the past on signs and things, they're great until somebody runs over them. And then the staff tears out their hair going and find somebody to redo this sign or railing, whatever, at a higher cost. I appreciate what we're trying to do here artistically, and I support that. It's just a caution that I guarantee, I hope I'm wrong, but I guarantee someday somebody going down the road is going to veer off the road and go through one of these railings. So now we're going to be looking to get that created again in another, in order to get that back up. So what did the standard railing look like initially? Do you have a picture of that?
So if you look here, this is actually the standard railing, this stretch of it, and then the shorter railing is the decorative ones with the ironworks and the laser cut ones. So this also here, it's more like a mesh, and
so there is still some standard railing mixed in there, or will the standard railing be removed and it'll all be the?
So from this location through this location, that is a replacement with the decorative. So and there's a repeat of the mesh.
Okay.
The base bid.
Well, again, I guess, I certainly would like to see this thing look nice along there. I guess it's kind of like the concrete medians that Councilmember Ream referred to the other day, that they don't always look good, but I can tell you they're functional, and my concern is this going to be a challenge for us. So the one suggestion I would have, if this passes, is if it's possible to, as this is being constructed, if it's reasonable to have an additional couple of panels constructed at the time, so if it is truly just a panel that you can put in there again, I'm assuming that cost would be less if we do it as part of the whole project, then go back individually and things. So if we decide to go this way, I would recommend that we have some additional panels available in the event of an accident or something.
Duly noted. We will consider that. And to answer your concern about the location, it is very strategic spacings along this stretch, and not the length of it, but also to keep in mind that some of the railings will be spaced some distance from the curb of the roadway, depending on.
Are the railings on the sidewalk side, correct?
Correct, yes. They will be on top of the channel wall.
Right. So I guess a car would have to go through the channel and over to the railing to knock down the railing. Is that correct?
Well, yes, Pat. They would have to mow through the sidewalk. Okay. And
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Sandberg.
I have a couple of questions and then some comments.
Yeah.
So you provided us with a lot of detailed design plans. It seems like some design work has already happened, but the proposed budget is for $42,000 for architectural design development. So what additional design is needed?
So that 42,000 pretty much captures what has been developed so far, and then the final detailing towards the end.
So we've spent already $42,000 in design for those?
A portion of that, yes.
A portion of that, okay. And then it's my understanding, and this might be a question for the finance director, so we're using 1% for the arts funds for this project, although we're not required to because it is a utility project as opposed to a public facility project. And according to the agenda bill, we have we have a balance of $134,000 in the public arts fund, and what's proposed is to use $120,000 of that $134,000. So I'm curious, how did we end up with a balance of $134,000 in the public arts fund? Is that left over from other projects?
Yeah, that's what has been set aside based on the construction, above ground construction on projects that have already been completed. There will be monies added to those over the next year, approximately, I believe, $60,000 based on multi-way and crossroad completion. So the monies will continue to be added to that fund as we complete projects. This project actually is a stormwater project. The art element is a completely separate function. The art can be put anywhere within the city or even other entities, as long as it serves a purpose as providing art for our citizens. So this is not, the art is not considered a stormwater asset. It will be a city asset on our books and kept completely separate from the infrastructure asset.
Good.
I can wait if other council members have questions.
No, you have the floor, please.
Bring up okay. So I'm not going to be supporting spending this money for art installation on Horse Creek. I do support what Horse Creek is trying to achieve, but I received an email from Mr. Crooks, who you heard from earlier this evening, regarding the Veterans Heritage Museum, and I had the opportunity, I met him while I was out doorbelling, and I have to tell you that he has just been a tireless advocate for this Veterans Museum. And it just seems to me that there's been, for me right now, there is this unusual coincidence of timing where he sent me this email. We have Memorial Day coming next Monday. We are considering spending arts dollars on this project. And it just seemed like, this is a pretty unusual coincidence that I feel like I need to speak up on. And so with the council's indulgence, I would like to read you excerpts of an email that he actually forwarded to me. So it wasn't something that was sent to us. It was sent to another public official, just kind of outlining his passion and his frustration of trying to find a home for his Veterans Heritage Museum. And so I'm just going to read, this is like a 4 or 5 page email, and so I'm just going to read a couple of things because I think you'll understand why I can't support spending money on this, and I have an alternative. So he says, now, right before Memorial Day, would be a great time for more of our leaders to speak up about saving this museum. He goes on to acknowledge that there are budget challenges that many public entities face. Quote, I see you have young boys. Pick one. Just for this moment, let's assume that he is drafted about 10 years from now to help fight the second war on terror after a second wave of attacks hit our country, and he is killed in that war. Sorry to be so personal, but that is just what it is like, period. Now let's go over some of the budgeting fights, as you call them. Roads. How many miles of new roads are more important than your dead son that gave his life for his country? Buses. How many commuter buses are more important than your fellow countrymen learning the lesson about how your son had to fight for and give his life for our country and our way of life? How about bike trails? And then on. And now my favorite, art. Our museum tried to get into Sandpoint years ago, and we were turned away. I now keep getting emails from Seattle and the Seattle mayor bragging about the arts lofts and the art studios they are providing at Magnuson Park. How many more art resources does this county need before we set up a Veterans Museum? I have met too many widows, orphans, Gold Star moms and dads, and way too many torn-up vets to accept any of the budgeting issues you have mentioned. I am tired of nicely and politely and respectfully asking for your support from Seattle, King County, and this whole community just to be told we don't have 1,000 square feet or 100,000 per year. I am glad that you appreciate the price our vets have paid for this country, but the reason, plain and simple, that we do not have a Veterans Museum is because too many of our elected officials do not appreciate what our veterans have done for us, period. Sorry for the long email, but I'm very passionate about our veterans, and I can't let this museum die, and it won't die without a fight. Please fight alongside me and make this museum happen. I hope this email did not sound disrespectful. I'm just tired of having to push uphill so hard for something that 1 million plus people have already given their lives for. So I want to thank you for your tireless effort and the passion that comes from your heart. You seem to be like the one sole voice continuing to fight for that. And, I don't come from a service family, but your letter touched me because I have a young son. And I was reading this email at the same time I was reading about the railings along Horse Creek, and I thought, I can't look you in the eye and tell you I want to spend money for decorative railings, but I can't find money for your Veterans Museum. And so I think that Councilmember Lamb had a good idea. Mr. Crooks and I have talked in the past about, there are barracks that they give away for free, that if we could find a location maybe at Madrazo Park, I think that's one option. We have space in our new city hall. We could use this money, instead of building decorative railings, to build display cases and provide a real space for the Veterans Museum that's open to the public, that shows our commitment in this new city hall to the veterans that serve our country and have and given their lives in protection of our freedom. And so I think we can do that. And I think that instead of spending this money on decorative railing, I would like to use this money. We can direct staff to work with Mr. Crooks and any of his representatives to talk about how where we can find space, if it's in the new city hall, if it's in Madrazo Park, and what we can do to provide space for his museum. And I think we can do that when you look at there's the Bothell Municipal Code, Chapter 3.75. It's in the agenda bill. It allows the use of public art funds for selection, acquisition, and installation or display of original works of visual art. I would also like to add in that language, allow works of visual art or works of historical significance. And then we can use this 1% for the arts funding for what I think is a more deserving project for our city and our community.
Great, thank you. Others have questions or comments for staff on this item? Councilmember Lamb?
So I appreciate the presentation, and I share Councilmember Sandberg's heart for finding a home for the Veterans Museum. I guess I understand, and I made a sort of impromptu suggestion that we explore the idea of locating it at Madrazo Park, and I think that's one that is worth exploring. I similarly think that Councilmember Sandberg's idea is worth exploring. However, I would, just as I wouldn't have made a motion tonight to say let's locate the museum at Madrazo Park without knowing more about it, I'm not sure I think I would support making a motion tonight to take funding from this project and allocate it to that project. I think if there's money, it's not as projects go, I'm not sure this money would be sufficient for this, and I think we should work in partnership with the people who are founding this museum to try to find a home for it. Whether that would be in our city hall or somewhere else, I don't think we know the answer to that tonight on the dais. I do think we know that Horse Creek is a project that is very expensive. It's a $19 million project total. This amount of money is way less than 1% of it to make this opening of what was formerly a piped creek in our community. I wouldn't say that we should sacrifice the aesthetics of that in sort of a false choice between either we have an attractive-looking Horse Creek art improvements or we don't have a Veterans Museum. I don't think that's a choice that's in front of us tonight. So I appreciate your presentation. I will be supporting this proposal, and I will also be supporting working to find a home and funding for the Veterans Museum.
Great. Deputy Mayor Spivey?
Great, thank you. Director Shackman, could you just refresh my memory, please, again, on how much money after this project we'd have in the Arts Fund?
It would be about $14,000, and we'll probably see another $60,000 this year added. So we'd be about $75,000.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Councilmember Lamb that there's two important things, and we've gone down the path of making the investment in Horse Creek, and I thank you for your presentation. And as far as the Veterans Museum, I think that we can have staff and council work with Mr. Crooks on an option that in City Hall, there's obviously going to be some money. There's $14,000, maybe another $60,000 coming in. So I think there's the ability to, be it City Hall or another public building, to secure display cases that we could put the items that Mr. Crooks has diligently assembled on display in one or more public buildings for to be shared with the public to recognize our veterans. I think $14,000 or it would be probably plenty for display cases, but it sounds like we're going to get more money. So if we can get that change in our code to allow it for historical items also, I think there's a compromise here to go forward with this project and to also find a way to display the historical veterans pieces that Mr. Crooks has assembled and create a rotation with that. So I think there's a balance, and I will be supporting this.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Well, I look forward to seeing a balance. I know that this item will or is scheduled to come back to us on June 16th. I hope.
Yep.
I hope that if we can have we can have some information about a Veterans Museum with that June 16th meeting, and then if we can't, I would like us to postpone direction on the Horse Creek art installations until such time as that we have the information on how we can proceed with providing space for the museum.
So I'd like to speak on this as well. I just started off, and I would like to get clarity. I did suggest, because staff's looking for comments on the designs that are here, I'd like to remove Half Acre Park. I don't know that we have to have a designator on our signs the size of the park. So is there agreement to remove that? Okay, so I see.
I think Horse Creek Park is a good name.
Yeah. 4 nodding heads. Councilmember Rayam.
I'm just curious, is there a proper way to name a park? I mean, did we just name that park Horse Creek? Because it's been Half Acre Park since I can recall.
Just to clarify, that's just a placeholder. It's not meant to serve as any name in terms of artistic design.
But they're going to build it, like, when?
Well, there is a naming process that we haven't actually gone through yet for naming that park, and the designs will actually include the actual name when that is picked.
So they're building it now, though. I guess I'm just curious how long that process takes.
Well, I'd have to ask Public Works in terms of what their process is for naming the park.
So the process for naming a park goes to the park board first, and then comes. And I don't think that there's a specific structure as to how the suggestions need to go to the park board. And then I don't know. I would ask Ken about the future ability to change the sign. If we installed the sign now, the ability to do the laser cut for the name of the park at a later date.
Oh, we haven't ordered these, so we have time to fine-tune it. That was factored into our timeline. So we may even have time for the naming process, depending on how long that took.
Yeah, again, it wouldn't be my intention to put a name on the park that's later going to be changed. So we're not going to complete these signs until we actually have the park named.
That's a good thing. Yeah. And just as it comes back, there was several nodding heads to remove at least the Half Acre name for now. Okay, so that brings us to the end of this item. Next item on our agenda actually is the discussion regarding the RFA, but there was a request to move the public hearing portion of the code amendments up before that, just due to that we added more time to the RFA discussion. So what we'll do at this time is we'll take comments on the periodic plan and code update. I don't have any sign-ups for that, but Sir, I remember that you raised your hand and said that you'd like to speak on the comp plan changes.
I wanted to speak on request that's been made to change the zoning of a specific park.
This would be the appropriate time for that. So you're first on the list, and yeah, you can just.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Mr. Staub, Ken Staub.
And there's some other neighbors here as well. So.
Great, they'll have the opportunity to speak right after you.
Thank you. My name is Ken Straub. Live at 16106, 122nd Place Northeast in Bothell, one of your newly annexed areas, as a matter of fact. So, there's been a proposal, and I attended 2 of the planning meetings, at least maybe 3, where the planning department went through this. So I speak with some knowledge of having sat in this room before. What bothers my neighbors and myself is that where they want to change, we're talking about the corner of 160th and 124th here, near the school and the water tower, this there. The area is 7,200 square foot per lot zoning, and my neighbors behind us have basically taken 3 lots, put it all together, and they want to have 5,400 zoning. The neighborhood around it, I don't believe supports that, and there's a couple of things to be considered with this. Behind myself and my neighbors, this goes directly behind my house, directly behind. There's a huge water runoff there that my wife and I deal with every year. Basically, we have constructed what we call the winter river, or the spring river, where we literally could float a canoe down. So water is a problem. The property would be stationed so that basically it would have a view in my backyard because the land is on a hill, hence the water problem. And it's come to my attention that the city has already exceeded its King County growth plan by over 4,100 persons. So you're well in the growth plan, and the R5400A zoning that they want, I don't think is appropriate, and the zoning around it is 7,200, and I believe that in a single-family area, we should preserve the character of that area, and I believe that the council has the ability for sure, and perhaps the I don't know what a good word is, but to do this. So I'll yield the floor to some of my neighbors.
Great, thank you. Might have a question?
Oh, sure.
No? Oh, never mind. Misunderstood the...
Timers just run down.
Great, sir. You could just read your name, and we'll grab that from you right after.
Okay, great. My name is Chris Gay, and I'm Mr. Schraub's neighbor. My property does abut the property in question here as well. Previously, a few years back, I had also granted an easement to the property owners directly behind me so that they could have sewer access directly in front of my home. And that was accomplished under the belief that that would be a single dwelling there in one family, not a multi-dwellings with joint use of that. And I'm not sure if the easement would allow for that to be transferred if the zone is changed, but I stand here saying I'm against it at this point.
Great, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There is a question, if you wouldn't mind.
Mr. Gay, would you mind taking a question?
Sure, go ahead.
So my question is just, I'm trying to find this because we have a healthy-sized binder, and I'm just trying to find the specific proposal that you're referring to in the sub-area.
I found it in the book out front towards the back. It's do you know, Ken, what the exact...
I'm trying to remember the names.
If I may, it's the Brickyard sub-area, the Spitation Nielsen
Okay.
request.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind just giving that to the clerk. Ma'am in the back, holding up the piece of paper. Yes, perfect. Yeah, just approach the podium, and if you would introduce yourself, and then after you're done speaking, we'll take the yellow piece of paper.
Yeah, my name is Jie Zhang, and I moved in that neighborhood. Ken is my neighbor in 2002. The reason I moved to Basel from Renton because I like the neighborhood, I like the school zone, everything just perfect until these things happen. Really make me nervous. And in Basel, I don't know my neighborhood how many population we have limit. It's developed as much as you can, or everybody can move in. We found a new development right between 124th and the Kingsgate, a big new building. And now right behind our 2 homes, we'll develop 20 units or something for the condo. It's really make us feel uncomfortable. We don't have too much privacy. Plus, my home is a adult family home. If the project get approved the whole year long, my ladies, my residents will suffer. And they are usually cannot move anywhere. They have to stay there with us. We have to suffer for the noisy, for the construction. That makes me feel uncomfortable. And another thing, the water problem. If new develop get approved, seems like the water will run right after our backyard. So who will take care of this problem? I don't think the insurance company will cover it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, anyone else? Sir, if you want to come forward and introduce yourself.
My name's Jeff Pappy, and I live adjacent to that lot, that group of lots as well. And I'm also concerned about the change to the neighborhood that would occur if attached dwellings were permitted in that area. I think it would be a significant departure from the character of the current neighborhood, both on the Bothell side as well as the Woodinville side. I'm also concerned in light of the large development that my neighbor referred to down the road in Woodinville, just what the impact of traffic would be if you go through that area in the morning. 124th is already backed up quite early in the morning. It's already difficult to get out of the neighborhood. I wonder what adding somewhere in the range of 20 residences in that area would do. So just concerned about the significant changes and the good large departure from our current lifestyle.
Great, thank you, sir. Who wouldn't mind handing that paper to the clerk? Anyone else? Sir? All right, well, if you just come forward and state your name for the record.
My name is Brian Lovelace, and I'm one of the owners of Country Village. I'm here speaking on the RAC zoning. I came directly from a late staff lunch, so I'm not really dressed very appropriately. But anyway, I wanted to speak to just a couple of points. I know we've spoken before. The RAC zoning that's under consideration tonight around Country Village. I wanted to mention a couple of key points to us. One, this is a really good opportunity to provide some housing that's not 5-story apartments and not $800,000 Toll Brothers construction. This would be new construction in the $350 to $400 range, very affordable starter home type housing. I know in the back or the surrounding area of Country Village, we're looking at roughly maybe 100 units. I think that it would support the Safeway shopping center, which has a lot of vacancies right now at 240th and the Bothell Road Highway, along with our Country Village shops. They all are looking for more support. We don't have the benefit of being down in the downtown redevelopment area, which is where the thrust of, well, $19 million for Horse Creek, not to mention a lot of other money's been going. But so we feel like this is a pretty critical element for our shopping center and to retain the viability of it from a financial perspective, as opposed to trying to redevelop the entire place. We think Country Village is a valuable asset for the community. It's also a really good transitional zoning between single family to the west and RCB zoning. RAC would actually probably be somewhat of a down zone for us. So instead of having parking lots, office use, and potentially retail use all the way to the west end of our property, we would have the ability to have a transitional area of some townhouses, 30-foot height limit or 35-foot height limit townhouses. Bothell has spent a ton of money improving the mass transit corridor there, including the walking overpass down at Kenyon Park and the park and ride and all that. We're on a transportation corridor right there. All of the traffic problems that we're encountering on all these small connectors. This is a project that's right near the state highway. Presumably there would be less impact from families, new families coming into the area there than anywhere else. I hope you'll all support the project. Those are just a couple of the quick notes I jotted down. If anyone has questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
We do have a question. Councilmember Sandberg.
Did you say how many units you envision in that space?
Roughly about 100. There are a few other properties that would be in that RAC zoning that we don't have any control over or anything, but that would be the bulk of the property that's in that RAC, what's proposed to go RAC, which runs from 240th up to, you've seen the diagrams, up to the north side of Country Village.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lovelace.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Anyone else this evening? Sir? State your name for the record.
My name is Ryan Freeman. I live at 12207, 162nd, and lost momentum with my neighbors there, not about Country Village, but back to 160th and 124th. I just want to enter my vote against the rezoning and planning for that. I don't think it is in step with the current lifestyle and the planning that's in the development that's taken place so far. As I believe my neighbor Jeff stated, the development on the Woodinville side south of there along 124th already, well, things seem to be very much at capacity both in the morning as well as the afternoon rush hour commute. It doesn't seem to carry very well. I've also noticed some of the effects of the my current water table. I have a different name for my rising flood that's seasonal, and I would just like things to be frankly the way they are, and notwithstanding the Woodinville development because that's already underway. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir. Clear? Are we clear on his name, spelling it out? Okay, great. Anyone else? Ma'am, just come forward.
My name is Claudia Elsmore, 17320 Riverside Place in Bothell.
Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to address two issues being presented to the City Council regarding the approval of the 2015 Comprehensive Plan. The first one is on traffic, and I sent this to all of you. In the proposed 2015 Bothell Comprehensive Plan, the study on the corridor locations and intersection level of service is not addressing the impact and gridlock of many of our community roads. I see from the map, the TR3A, that it addresses major road systems of the SR 522, SR 527, Beardsley Boulevard, 160th, and 228th. The recommendation is to improve several areas for traffic flow, but still does not address the several impacted areas that experience peak hour gridlock. Last Friday on Riverside Drive, there was an accident that occurred about 5 o'clock. It was backed up. The emergency vehicles could not get through. They had to come up and over and come down off of 405. I have also noticed an increase in the commercial traffic along East Riverside Drive, a lot more trucks. I'm very concerned, along with my neighbors, that once 405 begins the tolling, that the cut-through traffic will grow exponentially, causing major delays and gridlocks. On the new proposed 2015 Comprehensive Plan states the following regarding the traffic, and this is on TR-A18, to maintain a traffic data collection system, including but not limited to the traffic counts and accident collision data for purposes of identifying safety improvements. Also, TR-P136, improvement to the existing street network shall be planned to promote regional restrict-through traffic volumes, to utilize arterials, and to reduce and discourage the amount of through traffic on neighborhood streets as cut-through routes. I'm requesting from the city for an extensive traffic study, not just on downtown Bothell proper, I call East Riverside Drive and 102nd and Main Street, but several of the communities, as traffic is a major concern, as up zones are being requested under the 2015 Bothell Comprehensive Plan, several from R96 to R72 and denser with the 5400. Citizens have spoken out at the numerous Planning Commission meetings on traffic and the impacts to the neighborhoods. Noise, pollution, gridlock, emergency services, and safety. The last traffic study on Riverside Drive and the surrounding community was conducted in 2004, with traffic and development growing exponentially since that time. And that's on your figure TR-4, average daily traffic, and that was the 2004 and the 2015.
Great, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your time.
You might have a question, actually, potentially two.
So you mentioned that you emailed us. Did you email the whole council? Because I'm looking. I didn't get an email from you. I believe
one either.
Oh, it's from you. Okay. Sorry, I was just searching for your email.
And defer to all of you.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Evans.
So just a question. We got that email. That will be a copy in the record, or do you have a letter or that email to give, or you'll make that a copy of the record? Great. Thank you very much.
Great. Anyone else this evening? Sir, Mr. Challenger, if you come forward. Oh.
Want that now?
You're closest first, and then Mr. Challenger right after you.
My name is Mark Vitalik, and I live at 12215 Northeast 162nd Street. And I'm talking about the rezone for 160th and 124th. And just want to support my neighbors. It's to leave it at R7200. It's not transitional property. We have the school and the water tower. You know, schools are built in residential areas because that's where the kids are and everything. It would really change the character. It is busy. It's getting busier, as a lot of my neighbors have said out on the road. It already backs up in the morning to 162nd. You add a number of more vehicles. Really, whether you're going down 160th or 124th, you're going to have to take a right because there's no way you're going to be able to take a left. And I can just see a lot more traffic coming through our neighborhoods, trying to get into that development when you add that number of homes in there. We already get a tremendous amount of traffic in the morning for the junior high and high school, just cutting through and not going on the arterials, trying to get their kids to school, and gets pretty quick. So just like you, because the developer wants to go to R4000, I believe it is, and that's just totally out of character with anything that's around there, you know. So just leave it at 7200. So
thank you,
okay?
sir.
Thank you.
Wouldn't mind giving that piece of paper to our clerk. Then Mr. Challenger.
Good evening, Mayor Freed, members of council. A few comments. I attended quite a few of the Planning Commission meetings, and I would like to go on record as commending them for a difficult job well done. They did a very thorough job, although, you know, as you can tell, not everybody was satisfied, but I think they did the best they could with what they had. Second thing, last year an attempt was made to pass a proposition that would raise money for some parks and open space elements. It failed, of course, but the elements themselves haven't gone away, and the need for them hasn't gone away, and they have to be paid for somehow. One of those elements was redressing the balance of parks and open spaces in relation to the general population of the Snohomish area of Bothell. It seems to me, before we rush in and borrow money, which we can't repay yet, for the Wayne Golf Course issue, that seems unfair to me to do that before addressing the Snohomish County needs. I'd like to think about that before you rush into the Wayne Golf Course thing. The other thing is, if nothing happens on the sale of the golf course, I don't think anything will change very much. The area of open space won't go away, and it seems like no one else is interested in purchasing it. Why should the city government be lumbered with having to run a golf course or do something with it? It can be bought for environmental purposes, but the money that you're going to spend in addressing those environmental issues ought to be thought through very carefully before you make a final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak this evening? Ma'am, if you come forward, state your name for the record if you don't have one of those yellow pieces of paper which we run out of tonight.
Lynn Ritalik, you have my address up there.
Great.
I wanted to speak again on the property at the corner of 124th and 160th. The Planning Commission concluded that attached residences there were not consistent with the land use policy, yet the recommendation for the compromise zoning at R5400 attached doesn't preclude attached housing, of course. So it actually, the recommendation is actually inconsistent with the land use policy. The lots currently are zoned at R5400 detached, and that is already smaller than the lot sizes in the surrounding neighborhood. So essentially, it's already a compromise and more of an updated zoning lot size than the older neighborhoods surrounding that. The request by the neighbors that are developing that property was for R4000 attached, which would really be out of character. That would be even smaller, tighter attached. The Planning Commission thought that would make it more likely to have attached residences, but I don't know what the basis of that conclusion would be. Attached is attached. So if the zoning allows it, it allows it. That's my understanding. So I don't oppose my neighbors' opportunity to do what they can do with their property if they wanted to subdivide, but I don't think the zoning should be changed to accommodate that small group of citizens at the expense of the property owners surrounding that area. Also, it is on the corner where the elementary school is, just across the street, so access in and out of there, I think, would potentially create some danger during the school commute hours. It would go right through the walking area close to the corner at the crosswalk that is the main crosswalk going over to the elementary.
Would you entertain a question?
And thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. And as I have reviewed the proposal, the question I have is, do you know, because I don't know the answer to this, and maybe staff does, of the difference in number of houses? Is your objection primarily that they would be attached, or that there would be, what is the difference in units that you would see between 5400D, which it currently is, and 5400A?
The potential density,
Yeah.
I think, would be my objection. The way it's calculated when under the proposed zoning, first of all, allows attached houses, which would be
Which currently is not allowed.
which is not allowed,
Right.
and not compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods.
Right.
So there's that, and then also the way the mathematical formula for density is calculated for that particular zoning. The R5400A actually doesn't ensure that there's 5,400 square feet the same way a detached zoning category would.
Okay,
So
so
it could be
your-
very dense. So there's really
So your objection
two
is
parts.
twofold. Is one,
Yes.
on the one hand, you object to it being attached as opposed to detached because the surrounding community is attached or is detached homes.
Correct.
And then the second objection is you believe that there would be an increase in density from 5400A to 54 if it went from 5400D to 5400A.
Right. Which
Okay.
both have impact to the neighborhood and
Okay.
would be, again, inconsistent with the surrounding properties.
Thank you for answering my question. I appreciate that.
For helping me articulate that.
Great, thanks. Anyone else? Ms. Agard, come up. We are. You made it in time. And we're going to wait to start the timer until you speak. Yes, absolutely.
Ann Agard, 16524 104th Northeast.
Thank you.
I have several things to discuss tonight. The first is on the back of the paper that I've just given you is the newspaper article regarding Senate Bill 5088, which was signed by the governor, and this provides money for 10 new U.S. Geological Survey staff and 4 technicians to implement a major LIDAR study on hazardous areas throughout the state. And one of those hazardous areas, as I've said before, is Norway Hill. And there may be other areas within the city which may be covered by this. But I did want you to know that it is in process and was adopted. The second thing that I would like to discuss are 3 potential plan amendments for Canyon Park, where you're looking at adding an RAC to give an additional capacity of 4,498 persons, a country village with a capacity of 1,173 persons, and a possible rezone and study designated for the Shelton View Meridian 3rd Avenue Southeast, which is encompassed in Land Use Policy 6. All of these were included in the scoping notice for the 2015 Imagine Bothell Comp Plan update. I would like to point out that none of these areas have an active park. One of them has an open space which is mainly covered by a wetlands. This total population of 5,671 yields a surplus of over 2,171 population capacity to what was recognized in the PRSC 2040 deficit of approximately 3,500. So I'm calling to your attention again the fact that you have a possible action policy in the transportation section that is inconsistent with the GMA, which would allow you 10 years to provide the transportation facilities rather than the required 6 years. And the second thing, which I pointed out last time when I was here, is that you need to include all interdependent parts of a larger proposal that are dependent on and for their justification for implementation, which means that this can, at the minimum, the Canyon Park and the Country Village update for populations need to be included in your SEPA deck, and quite possibly the Shelton View one also.
Great, thank you. I had a quick question.
Yeah.
The calculation you came up with on Country Village, 1,173, the speaker,
yeah,
a couple before you actually left, but he stated that they may have 100 townhome units in there. So how are you coming up with the calculation of 1,173?
I got the 1,173 from the scoping notice.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So I assume there was consistency. I know that in your actual, I don't think you've started discussing it yet, but in the actual plan element, you do have, I believe, a figure of 700 and some. And so I don't know where the difference came from. I didn't know whether there was where here you were talking specifically around the Red Barn Village area. And that was where the 793 came from, but there may be other areas. So I hope you'll discuss this with staff. I'm interested in knowing where the discrepancy comes in also.
Those would be some crowded townhomes.
Yeah, okay.
Are there other questions? Councilmember Sandberg?
Ms. Agard has brought up on a couple of occasions this potential inconsistency with the SEPA declaration, and I've been trying to understand that. I had a conversation with her, and so it was my understanding from what Director Weislocal said the last time we spoke about this is that we are going to be filing our SEPA declaration within the required 21-day deadline, and I understand that, but it seems to me that we have a lot of proposed language throughout the document in the planning area-wide elements and the sub-area elements, which are, it's language that says we're going to look at these changes in more depth at the next update, or at the most, in the most timely fashion. And so we have a lot of this placeholder document, things like the Nike Hill rezone request, Wayne Golf Course, all the sub-area specific or the property specific requests that were deemed too complicated to get completed by the June 30th deadline, but the Planning Commission felt they were important. So there's all this placeholder language in there that could potentially have a significant impact on population. And so if I understand what her concern is that if we're going to have all of that placeholder language that says, look at these different areas in the next update, we should be including that potential population capacity in our SEPA documents.
We can certainly
do I have that right?
This discussion, but do you have any questions for the
Well,
speaker?
that's what I want to make sure. Do we have that right? Am I characterizing that correctly? Because I'm still a little confused.
I think the issue is that each of these areas that I mentioned, the Canyon Park, the Country Village, and the Shelton View, in the scoping notice, were all specifically referenced as being necessary to look at and an upzone to meet your population capacity. So under SEPA, it says they depend on the larger proposal as their justification for implementation. So clearly, not only are they part of this 2015 update, but they are dependent on this population capacity that you're looking for in the update, which you do not look for that in your yearly updates. You look at it when you do, that's one of the requirements for a major comp plan update, is to make sure you have the capacity to meet the population targets. So they are all three joined, certainly in that way. And they were all part of the scoping notice for the 2015 update. Now, and each one is specific, is Shelton View, yes, there's a placeholder. It says we're looking at increasing the population, and scoping notice specifically says we're looking at meet your population capacity. But in terms of that particular one, they decided to have the Planning Commission study it further. So, but I still think it still should be covered under that SEPA umbrella because that's part of its justification.
Councilmember
thank
Smith.
you.
Another question, Councilmember Evans.
Just quickly, the staff is going to provide us with a matrix of all of these issues at the next meeting, and certainly I would hope that this one will be in there, and there will be a input from the staff on this. So I think that's we can look at that in more detail with all the other issues, but I would ask staff to address that in their matrix next week that they provide us.
I just think that there's a combination of things that are really important for you to look at, and I'm glad that you see that.
Great, thank you. All right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wish to speak this evening? Sir, if you come forward, state your name for the record.
Apollo Furman. I live at 11203 East Riverside Drive. Mr. Mayor, council members, good evening. First off, I want to thank staff for all their hard work through the comp plan amendments. It's been a lot of long nights, long weekends, and in particular, one staff member who I guess is no longer here, I want to thank him publicly, but Bill Weislogel, who I guess just retired. I didn't know it was last week. I want to say publicly, hopefully this is passed along. Many, many long years. We didn't always agree, but I knew he always worked hard and had the city's best interests at heart. This evening, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight in support of the South Riverside rezone to a higher and better use. 2 weeks ago, I used a chart presenting the reasons why 7200 is much more environmentally friendly than 9600. Premier among those is to stop sprawl. The Growth Management Act was passed with an overarching goal of simply stopping sprawl, which is, of course, the creeping low-density neighborhoods that require roads, sewers, bus service, and other hard infrastructure. Just to keep it short tonight, just want to remind with this rezone, prior to the Growth Management Act, this area permitted R4, or 4 homes per acre, and according to the city's calculations, would have permitted about 26 to 28 homes to live in this approximate 7-acre parcel. Currently under 9600 zoning, this area might permit 15 homes, maybe 16. Under 7200, it might permit around 20. Since the Growth Management Act was enacted, Bothel's regulations accidentally, I don't think this was intentional, has resulted in fewer families living on the same land, which of course results in increased sprawl. I again support the South Riverside Drive rezone to a higher and better use. I'll leave you a minute plus. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Anyone else wish to address council on this matter? Anyone else? No? So we are going to take a break for, I guess we'll come back at about 8:40, and if we could all be here on time, that'd be excellent. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are moving on to our next item on the agenda, which is AB 15065, continued council discussion of potential authorization to continue with the RFA process. At the beginning of the meeting, I offered that we would be allowing public to speak on this, so I do have 3 sign-up sheets currently, and I'll have the opportunity to collect a couple more of these as we move forward. First on the sign-up sheet is Eric Bernard.
I am in an RFA zone. 5 years ago, the RFA came in. Is that, there we go? Yeah? No? Thank you. At the time, no one explained to us what 60% of the budget is, and in a nutshell, I can explain that right now. They give up 50 cents. They give up the third 50 cents in exchange for the fire benefit charge. And if you have a $60 million budget today as a fire department, tomorrow with the fire benefit charge or fire budget charge, which is really what it is nothing more than a way to circumvent I-747. Remember, we voted that in to prevent government spending. This circumvents that because it's not a tax, it's a fee. And on that note, the IRS says a fee can't be deducted. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. I've asked the IRS, is it okay? Do we keep deducting the fire benefit charge from our income? Can we keep doing that? Can we pick and choose, or is this whole funding scheme kind of shaky? So, $60 million budget today. Tomorrow, with a fire benefit charge, it's $100 million. It's easy. 20 million, 40 million, 60 million. You're going to trade the last 50 cents for the FBC, which is 60% of the budget. Remember, you had 60 million. You gave up 20, but that takes you all the way to 100. No one ever told us this in Kent. The city never told us. The city, I wish they would have been more forthcoming. They never told us how much this was going to cost. The city also entered into a $3 million interlocal agreement with the RFA. They never told us about that. That's $3 million that the RFA bills the city of Kent, and then the city of Kent bills us. So the RFA increased their budget by $3 million. They never told us this. So I'm not sure what this RFA has in mind, but there are a lot of things to be cautious of. This is
Yeah, sir, you're actually at the end of your time. Do you have?
But I have a question. Can I see your table, please?
Okay. What is that? That's not the profit margin you're hoping for. The red line is what a homeowner will pay. That's the 50 cents. That's the third 50 cents. When you give that up for the FBC, look where it goes. And every year, the RFA or anyone with an FBC, they pretty much craft their budgets where they want. They may say, oh, just the elected officials sitting on the board will take care of you, don't worry. No, it's cranked up all the time. That is just residential. Here's business. That's 4 times. An FBC is not a value-based tax. It's based on square footage. And it's also based on how it's used, how the property is used. That's one reason it fails as being accepted by the IRS. It's not leveled evenly.
Thank you, sir. Do you have further questions?
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
It's just out of respect. Everybody gets 3 minutes.
You read off a lot of numbers. Is that something you can provide the council, like an email or whatever you read from? Because this is something that we need to understand, and I can tell you that what you've just told me, I don't understand too well.
Okay.
I get the gist of it, but I would need to really sit down
I'm
and.
pleased you're asking questions. That was the problem in Kent. No questions were ever asked.
Okay, so yeah, if you can provide us any information for like an exhibit list, that would be great.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Anybody have any other? I mean, this is.
I do have a question. Yeah, we have one question, sir.
Sure.
So, I'm just curious, where did this graph? I don't see the whole graph. If you wouldn't mind just pulling it down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks. No, it's all right.
It says this is a commercial.
And so the
commercial property.
And so the bottom it says Fire Exploratory Committee. So this is taken from our fire report. Is this from the March 2015 Regional Fire Authority feasibility study?
No, the FBC is becoming popular. So this is from the city of Tukwila. The Kent Regional Fire Authority wants to take over Tukwila. So they're selling Tukwila on this.
So this is not the city of Bothell.
No, this is an example of what you can see. I'm explaining the FBC, third 50 cents down at the bottom. 12,000. You give that up for the potential of 50,000.
And this would be the proposal in the city of Tukwila.
It could be the proposal in any city considering an FBC.
But what we're talking about tonight is a regional fire authority.
Yeah, regional, correct.
Feasibility study, which was delivered to our council in March 2015. Have you seen this or no?
No, yes, I have online, but the funding remains the same. It's a fire benefit charge. The funding is the same for all these. That's the problem. It's a base tax of $1 per thousand, and then the FBC. Not to exceed 60% of the budget. So RFAs, they may be different people, different firemen, different stations, but the funding is the same. And please understand, I like my firemen and our firewomen. It's this funding that I'm
sure they like it too. No, I guess I just didn't understand where this graph was coming from. You've now explained to me that this is from a proposal in the city of Tukwila that you believe has application to the proposal that we're considering, and I guess that's something we'll independently discuss later.
The funding basics of the FBC are the same, no matter who is presenting it.
Great, thank you. Let me see. Any other questions? No. Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Next on the sign-up sheet is Mr. Leroy Stevenson.
Leroy Stevenson. My address is 26838 166th Place Southeast in Covington, Washington.
Thank you for driving to Bothell.
Covington is part of Fire District 37, which was brought into the Regional Fire Authority in Kent. I wanted to provide a little citizen experience with the Regional Fire Authority. I live in a very modest home of 960 square feet. Current charges, combined charges of both property taxes and the fire charge is $325.44. Now, this is 35.5% higher than before when we were still just Fire District 37 and we paid $1.50 per thousand. So we're up, I'm paying 35.5% more in a period of about 5 years that we've been in the system. This amount is, as you're probably aware, it's higher than I pay to the city. It's higher than I pay to the county. It's just about, it's just slightly higher than I pay for homeowners insurance, which would actually cover losses in case of fire or damage. Now, we were given a pretty hard sell in our area, and the promises were that residential taxes would go down for fire protection, which they have not gone down, and that fire insurance or homeowners insurance would go down with the Regional Fire Authority. That did not happen. One selling point was that business would pay more, that they weren't paying their fair share because business property is typically under-assessed. Well, when you stop and think of it, we're paying that increase also because business, local business, passes on everything to their customers. So any increase that you charge business more for fire protection, the local residents are also paying for that. And transparency, there is no transparency in this. And basically, as Eric said, it is basically a tax measure. And your citizens should know that it is a tax revenue measure. The other things that go along with it, which they promise economies of scale and so forth, can be accomplished other ways. The largest, biggest expense for any organization, fire department, government, business, is personnel costs. In the case of Kent, in their program, there were absolutely no reductions in personnel from forming a regional fire authority.
If you just take 10 seconds to wrap up. Okay, I have a question for you. You mentioned 35% increase in taxes in 5 years.
Yes.
Was your RFA voted in by the people or just dictated by the councils in the area?
No, it required a vote.
60% vote. Put the. Okay. And so was that increase locked in, or each time the increase occurred each year, did you have to go back to the vote of the people?
It's a 6-year plan before a revote is allowed, and those increases were steps along the way.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Another question?
So when you say those were steps along the way, were those steps that were contemplated in the original are you saying that the increase that you experienced was something that you voted on in the original ballot measure?
Well, by voting for...
I'm not presuming that you voted for it, but by getting a 60% vote, did they vote on that charge then, or?
The citizens were thinking they were voting for a more efficient regional service. But the funding mechanism, which is, I defy anyone to really explain it individually to you. That funding mechanism has variables. There are 5 variable factors, and sometimes those are not applied accurately to a particular property.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Sandberg, do you have a question? Sir, are you open to a question?
Yeah. I have
sure.
a question. If there's something you wanted to say, you can say it. But also, if you would kindly send an email to the council if you have any additional points that you weren't able to speak to tonight in your prepared statements, you're more than welcome to send those to us as well.
Thank you.
And Was there something whispered in your ear that you can repeat?
Can I step?
I don't know.
Oh, he certainly could. It was
As long as it's brief, because I kind of tread water
It was how did you get up to 35%? And that is that every year the RFA decides what they want for a budget. And if they only have, $14 million this year, but their budget needs to be 30, they just charge us more of the FBC. So every year it just goes up. So your tax can stay flat. The tax levy can stay flat. That's where the 60% comes in. So right now he's at a large increase. The Kent RFA, they're running at about 50% of their budget as far as the FBC goes. But they create their budget every year. It's not how much money is available from taxes. That's one thing. The rest is made up from the FBC.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Next item sheet I have is Sandy Gwen. Nice to see you, Sandy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight you're discussing the RFA, and as was explained, it's $1 per 1,000 valuation plus a 50-cent benefit charge of assessed valuation. I would like to talk about the additional cost that's greater than the $1.50 in addition to what was just expressed. Example 1. RFA is requiring $7.5 million from Bothell taxpayers for reserve contributions to join the RFA. Instead of joining an RFA, the $7.5 million is money that could currently be used for equipment, asset replacement, and facility improvements. Example 2. In a memo dated January 15, 2015 from Bothell City Manager to the consultant ESCI, the City Manager wrote, "The savings generated by Bothell's participation in RFA will exceed $5 million and will further exceed the initial reserve contributions by other jurisdictions in the near future, example 9 to 10 years. This is money that Bothell taxpayers will be paying over and above what other RFA citizens will pay. This is $5 million plus that could be used to remodel or build a new fire station." Third example, in the same January 15th memo, it was shown that there was revenue generated by Bothell's fire services, such as fire plan review and fire inspections, in the amount of $2.6 million, showing a Bothell tax levy of $1.08. This is $2.6 million that Bothell citizens will now pay to the RFA, in addition to the $1 plus 50-cent benefit charge rate. Fourth example is a decrease in service to Bothell residents through an RFA and an increased cost to citizens for EMS transport. Currently, Bothell Fire Department bills the insurance company $450 for transport. What the insurance does not pay, the amount is dropped, and there's no cost to our citizens. The money collected from insurance company goes to pay for fire services. With an RFA, the RFA cannot bill for transports. There will be no money collected from insurance companies to pay for fire services. Private ambulances cost $800 to $900, and Bothell residents will pay for what the insurance does not cover, if I understand the conversation that you had last week. In an alternative to joining the RFA is the city keeping their fire department and asking Bothell residents for an operations levy, as compared to the RFA $1.50 plus the other costs outlined above. In the staff report, it talks about retiring the police building bond and charging cities the $1.50 for the RFA tax and calling this revenue neutral. Is talking out of both sides of your mouth. The citizens in the my last sentence, citizens in the 3 fire districts will not be paying twice for the same service. Only Bothell residents will. And I'll distribute what I stated tonight as well as the memo that I referenced.
Thank you. Before we ask questions, I need a motion to extend.
I would move to extend until 10 o'clock.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. So vote is 6-1. Are there any questions for Ms. Gwen? No? Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this matter? Sir, if you would come forward.
Can I ask Councilor Brigham, did you have a different time in mind, later or earlier?
No, I've been overruled. It's fine.
No, I was just curious. Did you want to go later or did you want to go earlier?
I'd love to leave as early as possible. I have something I need to finish tonight after this meeting, but
okay.
We'll just
Mr. Moog.
Well, I apologize, Council Member. I will try to be brief as possible. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honored members of the Council. My name's Hugh Moog. I live at 11100 Northeast 174th Street in Bothell. Tonight I'm here to speak as both an officer of the Bothell Professional Firefighters and as a citizen of Bothell, the community I've been proud to call home for 20 years now. First off, I'd like to salute all of you. During a time when city politics have been contentious, and during an electoral season, a time of year when most elected officials are avoiding all but the most trivial decisions, you all have courageously continued to put the community's need for a regional fire service on the agenda of packed meetings, and tonight it's my hope that you will move it forward with a vote in support of the RFA, including the money to fully fund the reserves recommended by the ESCI study. Knowing full well that the citizen vote will be required, and it will be a supermajority, and it will ultimately be needed prior to implementation. In politics, it always seems like it's easier to kill a good idea than to enact it. This has been particularly true as the fire service has tried to gain the advantages of removing the artificial borders between our first responders. We now have a unique opportunity to get this done. Our regional elected partners from the 3 districts are willing to work together with you. The firefighters' unions are in support, and our professional fire chiefs representing 3 proud departments have rolled up their sleeves and provided the framework for a better, unified fire service. Opportunities like this do not come along often. There's very few on the council now that were present the last time this opportunity came along. If we miss this one, I fear it'll be another decade before the politicians, fire chiefs, and unions will have the courage and the leadership to try again. During public comments, it's become clear that there's much confusion and some misinformation about what an RFA offers to Bothell and how much it will cost. I would like to take a minute to try and sort these issues. I mentioned some of the advantages 2 weeks ago, and sometimes it's hard for the firefighters who see the advantages of an RFA will provide every day to sit down and explain them to people who don't ride fire engines for a living. We know these things in our heart because in order to provide you with great fire department, we have to first be honest with ourselves on what we do not do well and the places we can improve. One of the best solutions is for us to stop responding to incidents as separate teams with different equipment stored in different locations using different procedures and training to solve the exact same problem. Your neighborhood fire station will still be the exact same with the same dedication to keeping you safe, but the supply chain that provides it equipment will be more efficient and better supplied. Can I have another minute?
Absolutely.
Thank you. The engines it operates will be in uniform with critical equipment stored in the same compartment, saving precious times when operating on the emergency scene. The leadership will be drawn from a larger pool, elevating our level of service. Everyone will have the same supply hose, and all of the hydrants will support that hose, which is a problem that we currently have. The stations and the firefighters will be arranged to better serve everyone. The list of service enhancements literally goes on, and obviously I'm already out of time. The other critical issue to most of Bothell is how much it's going to cost. The short answer is 4 cents per thousand assessment. My math says that's $16 on a house assessed at $400,000. This number likely would be much lower than the amount that's required to bring a standalone Bothell Fire Department up to regional standards in terms of our station's training and equipment. The long answer is entirely in the hands of you as a city council and, of course, the voters that will eventually decide on this issue. As you know, the city could decide to keep a portion of the taxes to pay for things ranging from open space preservation, new dog park, or as we heard today, sidewalks for safety for our school children walking to school. This would raise the cost to taxpayers, but it's disingenuous to say that that's a cost of the RFA. It's a cost to provide other services deemed worth spending money on by council and approved by an eventual supermajority vote of the people. One thing that I think is important to remember as you vote, every Bothell fire chief for at least 20 years has been an advocate for regionalization. Chief Cragness, Chief Zygmundovics, Chief Burns, Chief Alvarado, and our current chief, Bob Van Horn. All of them are honest, intelligent leaders who care very much for both our city and the fire service, and they've worked tirelessly to protect both the lives and the wallets of Bothell's taxpayers. I was struck by the words of Chief Van Horn the other day. He stated that if what was required to make an RFA happen was for him to step aside, then that is something he would gladly do. He's willing to sacrifice for this. I'm willing to sacrifice for this. I urge you to vote yes tonight, and I'm looking forward to an endorsement of the RFA when the citizens get a chance to vote on this in the not-too-distant future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Moog? No? Good. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak on the RFA this evening? No, so that will end our visitor section. Any questions for staff?
I have a couple.
Councilmember Lamb?
So, Tammy, if you wouldn't... Tammy,
you're going to
give a presentation?
Oh, you are? Okay.
Okay.
Let's do that. And then we'll go after. Great.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've got a brief portion, and then I'll turn it over to Director Shackman. Just a brief history again. In June of 2013, Council approved that for staff to perform a consolidation study. Then in July of 2013, you approved to partner with some neighboring fire districts to conduct a feasibility study. In February, you had the city manager, you approved the city manager to sign an agreement for ESCI to conduct the feasibility study. Then in April, you heard the result of the feasibility study, and in May, you've heard twice what the cost would be should the city decide to retain their fire service. Again, as a reminder, the ESCI report basically says out of all the consolidation models, the RFA model is the viable option, it's cost-effective, enhances services, and is in the long-term best interest of taxpayers of all the agencies. So with this, I'm going to turn it over to Director Shackman.
Okay. Well, there's some good logic that supports moving to an RFA. The logic includes fiscal concerns that an RFA provides, as well as operational. Over time, an economy of scale savings can grow with an RFA because the regional partners grow. So administration-wise, in Washington State right now, we have over 450 fire service agencies that are providing service to citizens, all mostly, I would assume, with a chief and the equipment necessary to provide services within their own boundaries. An RFA erases those boundaries, thereby providing the flexibility to site future stations more appropriately in order to reduce costs. Sometimes you can forego certain stations because you've erased those boundaries, and at the same time improve response times by making sure that the stations are sited correctly. The fire service industry recognizes regionalization as their future. All you have to do is log on and look at any fire periodical or white paper, and they all endorse this way of providing fire service. The founding partners with an RFA, one of the things that is an opportunity for Bothell right now is that we would be one of the establishing partners, and thereby able to establish the organizational and governance structure of any future RFA entity. In addition, an RFA provides a dedicated funding source that doesn't cannibalize other city services. Tonight we heard a lot of people talking about fiscal needs. Providing a dedicated funding source for fire service would stop that. With an RFA, initially the cost can be comparable, but over time, because of the flexibility and the ability to implement cost savings, they have a much stronger opportunity in order to implement cost savings and reduce response times. Okay, this is a full cost revenue scenario. What it would cost for an RFA on the top, and what it would cost a Bothell taxpayer to implement a fully funded fire station or fire department. You can see in 2017 there's a big gap, about 50 cents. That is because in this scenario, a south station is not added until 2018, which means that we would have to add the staffing, which increases the cost of providing a fully funded municipal fire department. There's a break-even analysis that is required with the RFA. The city would have to continue to charge a break-even levy amounting to about 28 cents in 2018. This is due to the loss of fire revenues that the city would be receiving from Fire 10 and transportation and fire transport fees. If you look at the 2020 scenario at the end there, you see a couple arrows, and you see that over time, an RFA, the projected taxpayer levy, could continue to be reduced. When you look at the Bothell break-even levy, again, that would be reduced. A capital levy for a south station would be less because the costs would be dispersed over a larger group of taxpayers. The potential RFA partners have an expectation that Bothell would provide $1.5 million for 5 years to make up for initial contribution expectations comparison to the other partners. There is some savings that would be seen in 2018 as far as taxpayer levies due to a bond retirement for the public safety building. It will retire in 2018 or in 2017 in December, making reducing the levy to Bothell taxpayers by 8.2 cents per thousand of AV. When you look at the numbers here, you can see that in 2017 the initial increase for an RFA would be nearly 50 cents, but in just 3 years that cost could be reduced to 15.5 cents, and that trend is expected or would be expected to continue as the RFA would move forward and into the 2021, 2025, depending on, of course, what the RFA does as far as their levy, but the expectation would be that they would be good stewards of taxpayers' money, and therefore that would continue to, that discrepancy would continue to decrease until it was net neutral for taxpayers over time. Given this information, staff has a recommended action for the council to authorize Bothell's continued participation in the RFA partnership as the 4 agencies proceed with negotiating and ultimately developing an implementation plan for voters' consideration. Staff recommends supporting the RFA on the condition that the RFA address the need for a self-station within 3 years of implementation, and that the RFA analyze all areas for cost savings, including staffing, and in order to establish near-term cost neutrality for taxpayers in Bothell. And we're available for questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Councilmember Lamb.
Hey, Tammy, thank you for that presentation. So I wanted to ask on the initial 5-year capital contribution, it sounds like in 2020, the gap is significantly lower than it is in 2017 between what we would have to do if we kept our own fire department and what we would be doing under an RFA. Is that right?
Yes, actually, because an RFA has more opportunities to reduce costs through economies of scale, that a city really doesn't have. What you're going to see, and you can see the trend from 2017 through 2020, the cost of providing a municipal fire department that's fully funded is going to increase, and it's going to continue to increase, which is just the opposite of what you see up above with the RFA figures that came from the ESCI study. So that is definitely a trend that we would expect to see continue, because we would not have the opportunity and flexibility with staffing, with overtime. They would have more staff, therefore could avoid overtime. They would have a larger area to provide services for. They don't have to, they have more equipment, therefore they can, basically the turnover of the equipment isn't as fast, because they actually can put some equipment into their, and I'll have the chief provide that information as far as the equipment.
With the reserve equipment, there are currently apparatus in the fleet that would no longer exist in the Regional Fire Authority effort, because we would not need to have the number of reserve apparatus that we currently have amongst the 4 agencies. So there's a cost savings there.
Okay. So one thing I don't necessarily understand is we have in 2000, under the RFA scenario, the projected levy, and that's projected levy for Bothell residents, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So it goes down from 2017 to 2018 from 207 to 1938. And is that attributable to the bond retirement or to the reduction of payments, or both?
Actually, it has to do with an increase in AV. The projected increase in AV would therefore disperse the cost of the levy per thousand.
Okay. And then similarly down below is the increase in costs from 2017 to 2018 on the city side is due to just the fact that
due to the anticipation of the South End station and adding the staff. Basically, this analysis assumes that a South End station would be in place by the end of 2017 and be staffed in 2018.
So as I look at it, the difference between these two, the spread in 2017 is essentially 48.6 cents, and by 2020 that's fallen to just 15.5 cents between an RFA scenario and a city of Bothell fully staffed scenario.
Yes, the RFA actually has a larger AV and can absorb the increases in costs easier than a smaller jurisdiction, which has the same amount of needs. And so what you see with the municipal fire department that's fully funded is that those municipal costs are going to continue to increase. And that trend is going to move forward. It's not going to stop.
So could we project in 2030, would they have met at that point? I mean, would you imagine that it would continue to go down because of AV, and that our costs would actually be lower under an RFA than they would be?
Depending on how the RFA actually set up their, levied, I can't tell you exactly what the RFA would do, but based on the information that's provided in the study and what the four partners came together and the information that they contributed, the RFA would continue to go down, and by probably 2025, you would see that crossover.
And is that inclusive of a fire benefit charge or exclusive of a fire benefit charge?
That includes a fire benefit charge.
All right, thank you very much.
Great. So you've took 4 minutes of your 5 minutes. Here's the thing, just to update council, we scheduled for an hour for this. Public comment started at 8:40. Presentation started at 9. So I'm not going to count public comment to it. So ultimately, we all have about 5 to 6 minutes to speak on this matter, which includes deliberation.
Glad I only took 4.
I know, excellent. Councilmember, you were a member of the committee, and I believe that you actually wanted to present some of those data that we didn't get to see firsthand as you did.
Stick around. Okay, how do I get out of here? Yeah. Once I figure out where mine is. I know it's supposed to be here somewhere. We had it earlier.
I'm going to slide it back on this hard drive.
There it is.
And that is your time, sir.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
I think we can look it up later on Twitter.
Very clear. Basically, what I was going to do is just show you the ESCI analysis of their feasibility study. And the chief brought over a lot of these points already. He said the common themes was cost, financial concerns, and labor impact. There was a specific agency concern about the loss of control in Bothell and citizen support in Bothell. And then what about a plan B if the RFA isn't accepted? Assess current fiscal service levels and infrastructure conditions of each agency, analyze the feasibility of forming a sustainable, and I think that is a key phrase that we really need to think about here, a sustainable regional fire authority among the 4 agencies, and identify alternative models to determine the most sustainability and feasibility, recommending those with the greatest opportunity for success. You know, you break Bothell down, it has 3 stations, they're all in fair condition, and I meant that, fair condition. Apparatus is good to excellent. In North Shore, you look at it, their training facility is in good to excellent position. Their apparatus is in good to excellent, and they have a fully funded reserves to where we really don't have a fully funded reserve. Woodinville is about the same. They have 3 stations, either good and excellent condition. Their apparatus is good and excellent, and they have a fully funded reserve. The fully funded reserve is huge in the equality issue or equity issue. In Bothell, we have 51 line personnel. We have 15.75 administrative staff. North Shore, you have 41 line personnel, and that's the smallest department that we're dealing with here, considering that Snow 10 is considered part of Bothell. Administrative staff in North Shore is 7.5, and administrative staff in Woodinville is 9. They have 53 line personnel in Woodinville. You know, it breaks down to 177 personnel. The RFA needs 172, so we have 5 extra personnel. We'd like to, or the recommendation of this is to maintain those personnel and just through attrition not replace anybody. You break the total incidents down percentage-wise. EMS is the utmost, 74% in Bothell, 75% in North Shore, and by some anomaly, Woodinville only has 61%, when the norm throughout the nation is about 70 to 80% is EMS. Fires are not down. They haven't gone up in the last 25 years. They're about the same, so they're about 2% to 3%. That just shows you what we respond to or what the fire department responds to. How we respond there and how we get there is another entity. Bothell Fire and EMS, 90% of the time will have a rig at your scene in 7.23 minutes, which by far is the best response time of any of the entities. North Shore at 7.25, 90% of the time, and Woodinville, because of the vast majority of land they have, it's 9.25 minutes. Bothell also has another issue here, and that is 24.7% of the time we have multiple alarms going on. So if we have multiple alarms going on in Bothell, that means that we've just taken half of the city's resources and put those on those alarms. So we're draining in resources from other entities to backfill us in our need. This breaks down the response times with the station models. 88% of the time, with the existing 8 stations that we have, we'll be there in 4 minutes. 5 minutes, 95% of the time, and 6 minutes, 98% of the time. If you optimize the 8 stations, and that's where you take 8 stations and you put them wherever you want them in this whole regionalization, you break down the times, there's only a slight increase in the 4-minute and a slight increase in the 5-minute. The 6-minute time is decreased for some strange anomaly also, and nobody's really sure why that happened. This shows you the amount of calls that we had in the region of the RFA in 2016. Every dot response is an alarm that we had. Granted, 70% of those are EMS, but 2% were fire calls. This optimizes the RFA, putting stations where you really think you need to have stations. If you look in this RFA, we've relocated a couple of stations. We've relocated Station 57 about 1.5 miles north of where it is to pick up this area up in here. There is no station relocated in the south end of Bothell. There was no need for one according to the study. Our response times are adequate. There is another station added over in Woodinville, get further east of their location, because they have some huge areas in here that are not densely populated, but they still have, as you can tell, multiple alarms in that region. Okay, what do? We just stay status quo? We can do that, okay? Bothell's annexation plans impact Snow 10, obviously. Bothell's current fire department costs are unsustainable, and we've also said that in the past, and that is true. So if we want a sustainability of a future fire service, we probably need to look elsewhere. Woodinville and fire chief contracts continue to be filled. Right now, our chief is also the chief of the Woodinville Fire Department. North Shore needs to add a deputy chief permanently. It hasn't done that in lieu of waiting for the RFA to find out what we're doing. Support staff vacancies need to be filled permanently that haven't been filled permanently. Plan B is a contract for service. You contract for service, and there's 3 variables for that. You can have a functional contract for service, just an administrative contract for service, or a full contract for service. And these are all negotiated items to determine the cost and the level of the service agreement. Plan C was to annex and merge. If all else failed, we can always bail and annex and merge. Well, the strategy called for Bothell to be annexed by one of the districts, that is, a district merging with the remaining district. Well, according to RCW 52.04.061.2, it's impossible to do that. According to that RCW, it requires a bi-county city, which we are, to have no more than 10,000 population and 80% of the majority in one county. We don't fit that. We don't meet that needs. So this seems to eliminate strategy C from our regionalization issue. Strategy 4, the last strategy was the Regional Fire Authority. It combines all 4 agencies under one governance. It establishes a single funding structure. It establishes the service model as determined by the Planning Committee, yet to be determined. Needs voter authorization of the entire proposed RFA area by a simple majority of over 60% because there is a benefit service charge associated with it. If the benefit service charge was not associated with it, it'd be a simple majority of 50%. All employees are transferred to the RFA, and we can create commissioner districts to ensure balanced representation of all entities. So all the citizens will be serviced by those commissions. The impacts, agreed upon funding structure, which is $1 of assessed value, plus a benefit service charge of 50 cents. So your rate's going to be $1.50. In order to increase the benefit service charge, you have to go to a vote of the citizens again. It requires Bothell to reduce its maximum tax levy cap by the RFA, in this case of $1. Reduction still above the current tax level rate for Bothell. Bothell removes its fire from its budget. It results in a windfall potentially. Bothell can reduce the levy or decrease and eliminate the tax impact to the citizens, or contain the windfall for other services, i.e. parks, sidewalks, infrastructure needs that we have. Beginning general fund balance, and this is one thing that they were adamant about in the RFA, is that we had to have funding to support it and sustain it. And the only way we can do that is everybody had to walk in with some equity. 35% of the budget expense. That's because the tax, when you get your taxes, you don't get them January 1st, you get them in April. So you need 4 months worth of revenue to pay for everything till you start generating your revenue sources. A loss of revenue reserve, 25% of the expended budget. Apparatus replacement will be calculated at 100% for replacing apparatus. Trucks will be replaced at about 20 years. Engines will be replaced at 10 years. An engine right now runs around $100,000 to $125,000. They're not cheap items. Facility reserve fund capability of providing funding for unforeseen repairs and upgrades. We've been remiss in the city of Bothell in this for the last 30 years that I know of. This will at least cover that. Employee liability fund that is equal to 100% of the calculated liability. Health retirement account trust fund that contains 100% of the health retirement account. They had to exclude the transport fee because the transport fee, according to the RCWs right now, you cannot do a transport fee in an RFA. Our transport fee didn't go back to the fire department. It went to our general fund. Fire prevention services will be standardized across the region. Staffing will be currently, our concept right now is we're still looking at the truck model, but they're talking about a light force. A light force is where you have a truck company that is married with a fire engine. The truck company has 3 personnel, the fire engine has 2. And they're married. They go together wherever they go. If one's going out to Safeway to get food, both are going to Safeway to get food. So we may get some complaints about that. They considered peak activity units. The peak activity units is you look at the geographic boundaries that you have, and you look at the calls that you have, and you look at the times of those calls. And if we have an area that during certain times we don't have enough coverage there, they'd put a unit in there, and that would cover that area. It's going to have a 2-battalion configuration. Most entities will figure that a battalion chief will cover anywhere from 4 to 6 fire stations. We're going to have 8 stations, so we're going to have 2 battalion chiefs. We'll have a battalion chief on the west side and a battalion chief on the east side. It identifies optimum station configuration. Right now, we've been fairly lucky. When we looked at our stations are basically placed where they need to be, other than one Woodinville station and one North Shore station. Labor and organizational guidelines, or guidances. Organization chart reflects appropriate span of control, effectiveness, and efficiency of the transitional positions. And the developmental concept will be in the collective bargaining agreement if the RFA goes forward. The RFA fundings will be just that. Right now, the city of Bothell pays about $1.46. The city of North Shore pays $1.56. Woodinville pays $1.50 on the button. Snow 10 pays $1.27. So they've been underfunding their fire department for the last few decades. With a regional fire authority, it's going to be $1.50. The net effect will be the Bothell citizens will pay 4 cents more per thousand. North Shore will lose 6 cents. They will have a decline. Woodinville will say the same. But Snohomish County, they'll pay an extra 23 cents per thousand on assessed value. This assumes that the North Shore bond indebtedness will be redistributed across the entire RFA. And we don't know if we can do that. We don't know whether that's legal. We have to go to some legal counsel to find that out. Right now, we're assuming that it may be. I brought in this just to show you that the property tax levy will go down over the next 6 years. The benefit service charge will try to make the differences, and it will still decrease the overall cost that will go from $1.50 in 2015 to $1.38 in 2021. That's considering that we have a fully funded entity to start with. It assumes a North Shore bond indebtedness. We talked about that. If reserves were fully funded at the anticipation or at the inception of the RFA, and that's something that we have to address in the city of Bothell, it would decline it even more. The recommendation of the ESCI is to implement a regional fire authority. It's the viable option, it's cost-effective, it enhances services, and it is the long-term best interest of the agencies and the citizens in the area. The equity model was based upon what we brought to the table. You can tell from the slide up above that the city of Bothell didn't bring a lot of reserve funding into the playground, so to speak. For the most part, North Shore brought in $26 million, Woodinville brought in $20 million, District 10 brought in $2 million, and we brought in a little over $2.5 million. So there is an inequality in.
Councilmember Agnew, can I ask you a question on that chart?
Sure.
So the equity, where is the North Shore debt?
The North Shore debt is not put in here.
And what is that number?
The North Shore debt?
Yeah,
And
the one that would be spread out.
How many billions do they still owe on their debt?
Well, I guess I'm just asking if that's going to be put, I mean, because this is the equity model, and it seems like.
This is the equity model, and we looked at it in a number of different ways, and we brought out another equity model taking into consideration that North Shore could not bring its debt over.
Okay.
And I just don't have that up here for you.
Fair enough.
But we did look at that, because that's a huge issue. I mean, there's no question about it.
So I'm going to pause you for a minute, just kind of a break in our process for a second. It's 9:36. We have an executive session this evening, which we all know, the personnel matters. We also have the comp plan that was scheduled for an hour, so we find ourselves at 9:36. So I want to check in with council. We are supposed to wrap this up in about 8 minutes. I don't think that's going to happen. And then we would be looking probably at 11 o'clock to extend to handle the comp plan. So I want to start down here and get each person's feelings on how you'd like to continue this discussion, then potentially postpone the comp plan discussion to our next meeting. Or are you willing to go at 11?
I can go to 11, and I can postpone our comp plan discussion until June 2nd. That's our next meeting.
I believe so.
That being said, I think that we should add, if we were to do that at the June 2nd meeting, we should add a discussion to the June 9th meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Ram.
As stated earlier, I really do have something important I need to complete tonight at home. So I really don't want to stay till 11. I would be interested in finishing this conversation and potentially moving the planning code amendments conversation as well as the executive session. As in finishing after this item.
Councilmember Lamb?
I think we should devote until 10 o'clock to this session. I think some people have been waiting to hear on the comp plan. I'd like to have people have an opportunity to at least discuss the things that were done in that. And then I think we postponed this personnel matter before. I think we need to go into an executive session and deal with that at the conclusion of the meeting. But I think we should do it at the end after we've addressed those other two items. So I would propose that my thought is that we do this for the next 20 minutes and then go into that. Because I think we need to have some direction tonight on this item.
Yeah. Councilmember Evans.
The RFA Planning Committee is meeting Thursday night, and they have been waiting for some kind of response from the city where they're at. The bottom line, I think, to their response for their interest is the city going to put up an additional $1.5 million a year, somewhere in that neighborhood up to $7 million over the next 5 years. I don't know. I haven't seen that answer yet here, so I want to see that somewhere. But I really do feel like we need to go back to at least the three of us will be at the planning committee meeting Thursday night. We need to give some direction where we stand on this.
Do you want to address the comp plan tonight or push it to next meeting?
I'm willing to work on that. I'm willing to be here till 11 o'clock and keep plugging away on this stuff. We keep deferring things. We keep deferring our executive session. So I'm I can summarize this discussion, I think amongst the council, but I'm willing to go to 11 o'clock and see how much of this we can get done.
Okay, so the executive session would be pushed to our following meeting in your recommendation, is that correct? No.
I would like to do the executive session tonight, at least.
So not the comp plan?
And the comp plan. Let's keep plugging.
Okay, so now we're talking midnight.
So no, let's go
I think
another.
you're saying what I said, which is that we go.
Let's go another 20 minutes on this item, and then let's go to our comp plan. And assuming
scheduled for an hour.
Well, then no, I don't want to spend an hour on the comp plan tonight, but I do want to address.
So we'll schedule it for a half hour potentially. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I could finish this up and then do about a half hour, 45 minutes on the comp plan in an exec session, and then extend our comp plan in the next 2 meetings.
Okay, good. That is what we'll do. Tom?
I'm willing to stay till 1.
Perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to 10 o'clock on this item. It would be nice to get all council members jump in on this. We're going to have some type of motion on the floor if that's the direction we're going to go. So we should get through our questions and comments, and then at 10 o'clock we'll meet for a half hour on the comp plan, and then at 10:30 we'll jump into executive session. Tom?
No, I didn't have much more. The only thing I was going to show you is something you've already seen, and that was the North Shore statement from their commissioners on their last meeting about what they felt needed to be addressed, and I think we feel the same way, that all those items needed to be addressed.
Great, thank you. So we've heard from Councilmember Lamb and Councilmember Agnew. Anyone else? Councilmember Sandberg.
Oh, Councilmember Agnew, can you reopen your PowerPoint since you had a nice slide on there? It was
okay.
The tax rates for the 4 agencies.
Right.
Because the comment has been made that the RFA model will only result in a 4-cent per thousand increase for Bothell residents. And I'm confused by that statement because when we bring that table up, it has it for the 4 entities. It has the effective tax rate for the 4 entities. And it's a real tax rate for the 3 fire districts. So it's towards the end. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So the rate for the North Shore Fire District, Woodinville Fire and Rescue, and then this Fire District 10, that is what the taxpayers pay. But what we pay in Bothell, that's sort of like it's a hypothetical rate, because we don't actually pay an amount to a fire district. We pay property taxes as a whole to the city. And so we pay $1.50 roughly per thousand.
$1.46.
No. Currently, as a Bothell taxpayer, I pay, if I look on my tax bill, I pay $1.50 per thousand to the city of Bothell. And for that $1.50 per thousand, I get all of my services, not just fire. And so this hypothetical rate, I don't know how that was calculated, but I'm confused how a hypothetical rate I'm paying is calculated at $1.46 for a fire department, when what I pay to the city altogether right now is $1.50 per thousand.
Right. What ESCI had to do is they went back in and they looked at what our budgets were, and taking a look at the budget and taking a look at assessed value, then they calculated that it would cost roughly, because we get our revenue from other sources. We have REAP money, we have sales tax, we have a number of different other revenues. They estimated that it would come to about $1.46 is what the city right now is paying for their fire service.
So I guess I have a problem with saying that going to an RFA model, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on a spot because our director could be answering this or anybody on staff, but I guess I have a problem with saying that our effective rate now is $1.46. And so going to an RFA, we're only increasing what we pay 4 cents per thousand, because we'll continue to pay that $1.50 per thousand that we pay to the city, and then we'll be paying $1.50 per thousand to the RFA.
You're right.
And so it's not just a 4-cent increase.
No, and the city has an opportunity to decrease some of the taxes that it's picking up for the fire department if they wish to. That's why one of the slides said that there would be a windfall for the city, financial windfall for the city, by eliminating the fire department from its budget.
Okay, so I just think it's important for taxpayers to know that if we go to an RFA, it's not simply going to be an increase of 4 cents per thousand, because it's an increase of 4 cents per thousand on a hypothetical rate that's calculated from what we pay currently for all of our city services. So we haven't had that conversation yet about, will the city be reducing some of the tax it collects to offset the cost of the RFA. We haven't had that conversation. We haven't had that conversation.
No, we haven't.
So I guess not having that conversation and being a little late into the evening. Oh, and the other thing is, it says here, this assumes the North Shore bonded debt is redistributed across the entire
That's what
RFA?
it's assuming here. We really don't know till we get legal counsel to make that determination.
Because that was one of the questions I had about the ESCI report. I thought it was silent on whether the bond debt was going to be distributed across the entire RFA or not. So
it initially wanted to see if it could distribute the bond debt over the entire RFA, but looking into it, they don't think that they can legally do that. So that would still be mandated by the North Shore citizens.
Okay. So I'm just going to make a couple comments because I know we're getting late, and I know you want some kind of direction.
Yep.
I'm feeling uncomfortable tonight being able to tell our representatives to go back to the planning committee and say, yes, we're in support of pursuing an RFA. I thought it was interesting that under the recommended action, our decision is conditioned on Bothel's support of a South End station within 3 years of implementation. And the planning committee was already concerned that we weren't coming to the table with enough capital buy-in. And so now we're telling them that our decision to join is predicated on them building a South End fire station, which doesn't even show, the ESCI report doesn't even show a distinct need for that South End fire station. So I have a concern about that. I completely agree with you that we have some deferred needs, capital needs in our fire department. It was crystal clear in that ESCI report that our capital facilities are at a lower level than our neighboring jurisdictions, and we need to do something to address that. And so I was thinking, well, why, if we have $1.5 million, or we're proposing to input $1.5 million per year for 5 years for a total of $7.5 million into an RFA, well, why wouldn't we be taking that money and investing that in our fire department and our facilities? Similarly, if we are retiring...
I just want to interrupt. I don't have any idea how we're going to get to a comp plan tonight if we continue.
Okay.
And it's not to be rude, it's just the reality of our time. I don't have that control.
Okay.
So what should we do?
Well, I'm not prepared to
Because
make it...
I have to speak, Bill has to speak, Councilmember...
I have 60 seconds, which I could use to move the conversation forward.
So I'm trying to be respectful of everybody up here in our time, so how much more...
Finish up.
Why don't you take 1 minute?
Okay. We have a levy, a bond that's retiring for the police station. This is a perfect opportunity to ask our citizens, this bond is retiring for the police station. We have these capital needs for our fire department and our fire stations. And the suggestion was made tonight to ask for an operating levy. I think we have options here, because I'm not concerned that all of the benefits that are stated for the RFA are going to come to realization. Just to mention one, economy of scale. The report says the staffing will remain the same, and it will remain the same through transition for 3 years. I'm not confident it's going to decrease after that. So I'm not sure we're going to get the economy of scale with an RFA, and I think that we can address our capital needs here at home, and then we can explore other means of regionalization like training.
Okay.
We can, do training across departments.
Okay, thank you.
You have a motion, but other people may want to speak. Is that correct?
I've got a quick question.
Please, you haven't had your 6 minutes.
I have a lot of questions, and I don't have time to ask them or get answers to them tonight. There just isn't time. But I have just one question tonight. Can you show me in this information that you provided tonight where there is the request of $1.5 million over the next 5 years to the RFA?
It's on the table on page 6 of 24. You'll see it. It's called Initial 5-Year Capital Contribution Expectation. And so that's the amount that we will continue to collect within our own property tax levy if an RFA were successful. And that money would then be transmitted to the RFA to pay the $7 million over the 5-year period, which is the request that we understood to be from the other agencies.
Okay, so I guess I have another question. So that's the projected levy with the RFA. Starts in 2015, 2.077 cents per thousand. Is that a correct number? Is that?
Yes.
And it decreases to 1.8 million or 1.850 in 2020.
Yes.
And then down below, the second set of numbers is for a City of Bothell fire levy, or City of Bothell operation, as I understand it. And the numbers are less. So if those are the cost with the RFA and the numbers below are with the city, I don't see, it looks like to me the city is, there's just some numbers here that I'm not able to.
And remember that what's driving those numbers, a lot of it is the 29 cents that we're recovering from the lost revenue associated with Fire District 10, which is what we call the break-even levy. And then there's also a revenue stabilization amount of about 11 cents. That's also reflected as the property tax levy that we would continue to collect. Now, council has the choice to collect all of it or none of it, as has been discussed. But we're reporting that you should at least collect a minimum of 41 cents on top of whatever the RFA would vote to approve.
Well, in conclusion, then, I'll just say that tomorrow night or Thursday night when we go to the meeting, we can point to this line as, where we're supposedly coming up with the 1.5 million. But so that can answer that question or potentially answer that question to committee. But I'm concerned that the recommended action, as Councilmember Sandberg stated, is not going to be accepted by the rest of the committee. So I don't see how that's going to work.
I have to be respectful and let you haven't had an opportunity.
And just one, and I am in support of an RFA. I'm not sure. I do think it's the best way to regionalize ourselves in the future. I'm still not comfortable with the information here to make that decision. I'm not comfortable with what our taxpayers are going to be looking at. I need to confirm that. But I know in order to keep this thing moving, the committee wants an answer by tomorrow night or some representation of where we're at. Right. So I'm willing to try to give them that through this or have the staff do that, but there needs to be much more continued study on this.
Great. Deputy Mayor, then Councilmember Ray.
Great, thank you. And Councilmember Evans, I think it was mentioned earlier that if you extrapolate these numbers out further, that the RFA costs at about 2025 either meets or drops below the city costs. So, right, and so that's, this is just a snapshot. There's been mention of, excuse me, maintenance and operations levy. So $1.40, I'm looking at a $1.46 that we have as the our effective rate, and then what do we put? Another 30 cents of a M&O levy on there. So we're at $1.76. And I'm just kind of thinking, well, that's we're increasing our costs. We obviously need to fund our fire department better. There's a need to keep money from the snow, because Snow 10 gives us money. There's a need to keep money to offset losses to the city. Our fire organization has done a wonderful job. They've done what fire departments are asked to do time and time again, and that's do more with less. And they've done that. But for the health of our fire organization from now and into the future, and for the health of the service that they provide to the citizens, the RFA is the thing that we need to do to keep fire and emergency services sustainable to our citizens. And RFA is what we need to do. It's just obvious that it's going to be too expensive for a city of our size to continue on with providing fire and emergency services. It's not going to be cost effective for us. And we sit here and talk about money for open space, money for potholes, money for sidewalks, money for crosswalks. Our fire department, the people that go out in everybody's time of need to provide a service, they have to fight for those monies. And I believe it was Director Shackman that said, what are you going to cannibalize to fund your fire department? This by going to the RFA model, it gives them a dedicated source of funding so they can do the job that we ask them to do and put themselves in harm's way to do that job. And anything less, I think, would be disrespectful of the job that they do. So I'm in full support of moving forward with this. I think that there's the service that they provide will get better. I think that the efficiencies will come forth, and we need to do what we have to move this forward. It's the right thing to do for our first responders in fire and EMS. So that's where I'm at with this.
Thank you, Councilmember Graham.
So I was delighted to hear Councilmember Evans' statements that this deserves a whole lot more study.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you? Can you make a motion to extend to 11?
Motion? No. Sorry, Mayor, I can't.
I will make a motion to extend until 11 o'clock. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The floor is yours. We're extending to 11.
Okay. So where was I? Yeah, you have until 10:02. 10:02. All right. So I do feel like this needs to be studied a lot more. We have a lot of moving parts here that haven't really been discussed in much detail, and that really is what it comes down to for taxes and what's it going to cost the public. I think there's been a very good discussion and a very clear discussion that regionalization of our fire department is an important thing to do. From a service level standpoint and a long-term viability standpoint. I get it. I hear it. It's loud and clear that makes sense. But there's a couple options that I think we've kind of just the report and the presentations have all kind of just skimmed over annexing into another district or merging with another fire or contracting with fire services. And the RCW is listed there, and I would guess just by the way that was written for a specific city or a specific location, And I bet we could do a very similar change at RCW if we asked the state to change that. So I don't feel like I'm well educated about those other options on regionalization. The RFA just seems to be, there's a lot of unknowns going to an RFA. So I really would need to see a lot more about the other options on regionalization. What was the other thing I was going to say? I'm running out of time. The other thing, too, is we keep talking about the percent reductions and cost savings of having a consolidated fire department, but I haven't heard any discussion about what our operating budget decreases would be for the city. I mean, we're going to offload 25% of our staff, and there's been no discussion at all about what that means from impacts to the remaining city budget. We have, IT services, human resources services we provide to the fire department now, and offloading those. I mean, there's apparently we're just going to keep and retain all the existing levels of funding to the city services or the city departments that support the fire department, yet we just offloaded 25% of our staff. So with those two things in mind, really it is just about the money piece for me. I understand the regionalization. It makes sense, but I just don't feel comfortable at all with moving forward with the limited amount of information we've been given on the different options. And I do think that we can comfortably say that, 1.5 million for 5 years isn't a deal breaker. I mean, for me, I don't think that's a deal breaker. I don't even think that's really all that important in perspective with the rest of these funding and financial decisions that we're trying to shoehorn into this short amount of time. So,
great. Balance of your 60 seconds. So I would move to authorize Bothel's continued participation in the RFA partnership as the agencies proceed with negotiating and ultimately developing an implementation plan for voter consideration. I would further move that we authorize our city manager in consultation with the city council in executive sessions to discuss the terms of that, but publicly state that we're willing to put between $750,000 and $1.5 million into capital for the RFA as these conversations continue.
Clarification, is that
Yes.
$750,000 to $1.5 million per year over 5 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Amend the motion?
Are you seconding it?
No.
Did my motion fit?
I'll second the motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Agnew.
I'll make an amended motion that we pay the $1.5 million over the next 5 years or a lump sum over 1 year to the RFA to promote financial equity. We eliminate the verbiage of the Southbound Station, which was not shown to be essential in the ESCI report.
Councilor Agnew, that's not in my motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks. Finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other, who wishes to speak to the motion? Councilmember Lamb. We've talked about, hey, I think we're treating the RFA as if it's somebody who will always be there, and the reality is conversations have been going on for a year. We need to continue this discussion, and we need to show that we're serious and willing to bring money. I don't think it's good public policy to negotiate in public and to dictate the terms that we're going to have. I'm willing to say that we're willing to put in money to it, and I think we should have our 3 members go to that committee and say we're committed to continuing this conversation and moving forward towards a proposal that we can either assent to the voters to support or not. I think we need to have that conversation on the negotiations in executive session so that we're not doing it in a public session. And I think this is a path to indicate to our partners that we are serious about this. What we have heard from our financial director is that this is the right thing to do financially for the city. We don't have the details tonight. We can't vote on the details tonight because we don't have them. What we can do is say this is the best prospect that we have for a solid funding plan for fire service in the future. And if we don't act on it tonight, if my motion fails, then all of the planning for the last year it's not going to be an option we can just kind of pick up after we've looked at raising our own taxes, and are like, I don't want to do that. This isn't something that's always going to be available to us. We have to look at our other partners and say, look, they've been participating in a conversation that they've had.
All right, City Attorney.
I just want to clarify, as you're voting on this, that we are limited in what we can discuss in executive session, and so it should be with the idea that we'll discuss what we are able to discuss in executive session, but there's no general exemption for executive session for just discussing negotiations of just any type. So we can do, legal advice, matters of potential litigation, and there is an exemption for publicly bid contracts, but this doesn't really fit in that publicly bid contracts.
So I'm happy to amend my motion to include whatever is legally permissible to discuss in executive session, that we would conduct it there.
Councilmember Evans.
I seconded the motion because I have sat in on these planning committee meetings and know what the hot buttons are, and I think this is one of them. And I like the concept of saying we're willing to step up to the table with some additional funding. What exactly that number is, we don't know yet. We need to go back and work through some things, but we are willing to look at increasing that number or providing in that number. And so that's why I seconded the motion. And I do think it's critical. If we do not go back to the table, go back to the planning committee with that, all bets are off as far as this proceeding forward currently under the current plan. So, but I think it's good to have some flexibility in there, and I think the RFA committee is willing to look at some flexibility in what that number is and how we approach it and that type of thing. I believe that's a potential anyway.
Councilmember Sandberg.
Could I ask the maker of the motion to restate, please?
Absolutely, you can ask. So my motion is to authorize Bothel's continued participation in the RFA partnership as the agencies proceed with negotiating and ultimately developing an implementation plan for voter consideration. We further authorize the city manager to consult with the city council to the extent that is permitted by law in executive session on the terms of that, and we indicate Bothel's willingness to put between $750,000 and the requested $1.5 million as a capital contribution into the RFA over the next 5 years. It was probably more inartfully stated in its original, but I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to restate it.
And the seconder of the motion supports that reiteration.
And so then I have a question. So if the motion passes, then our representatives to the planning committee will go back to the RFA planning committee, and if the entire planning committee is in agreement and accepts our terms and accepts the other entity's terms, if that acceptance is made at the Thursday meeting, then RFA planning will go forward, will continue, and there will be a vote with the assumption that there will be a vote put forth to the RFA following implementation.
Well, will we vote, or will the RFA?
We have to vote.
No.
This would have to come back. I mean, we're talking about. That's a great question. This is to finalize an agreement. We have been kind of to authorize the city manager to finalize an agreement and to authorize our representatives of that to go back to the committee and to say, look, we want to negotiate. We're demonstrating our seriousness on that. The final, dimensions of that agreement would absolutely still be brought back to this council before it would go to a vote of the people. And this council would then have a final yes or no vote as to whether it goes forward to the people. That's a great question, though. I appreciate you clarifying that.
Other clarifications?
If I could just expand on that. The next phase defines the RFA. The first phase was, is it feasible? Now, the next phase would define the RFA as far as the flow chart of structure and everything else, what the finance model will exactly look like, what the governance model will look like. it basically creates the package that goes back to each of the entities to vote on whether they want to move it forward to their citizens or not. And that's when our next touch would be, as far as an official action would be, to review all of that and say, yes, we want to move this forward, or no, we don't want to move it forward.
And to be clear from my motion, the person who is conducting that negotiation is our city manager. That's my motion.
Yeah, but there's work that the committee has to do.
Of course, yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other further discussion? Yes, Councilmember Sandberg, then Rayum.
Well, I'll just speak to the motion. I'm not going to support it for the reasons I stated previously. I feel as though there are still a lot of unanswered questions, and even though the RFA Planning Committee has been reviewing this for the better part of a year and a half, we haven't. And there's a lot of conversations that we haven't covered. So with that, I'm just, that's why I'm not going to be voting for it.
Thank you. Rayum? Mr. Rayum?
So it's a clarifying question. So if I vote yes on this, that will just point us in only the RFA's direction, and we won't look at other options for regionalization of our fire department. Is that correct?
I would say that.
That's the only thing that's on the table right now. That doesn't preclude us from doing it.
I mean, I think that's more of an argument than a question. I think the motion is what it is.
So I'll take that as a yes. Okay. You're going to get a no from me then.
Okay. So, any further discussion?
Very quickly, Mayor.
Okay.
This decision on Thursday night is going to be just to continue the process going. This is, as stated in here, is 12 to 18 months. It could even be a 2-year process before this gets back to the voters. So it will come back to the council, I would think, several times as this planning continues forward. It's just a matter of moving the process forward is really what this motion is doing.
Okay. One more speaker, and then we need to go to a vote.
Well, I guess we opened it for another round, so I just like to say that we put the ball in motion here, and we've already said we've spent a year and a half working on this, and so once the ball is in motion and we go to the implementation phase, I would be shocked that the vote the next time around would be to stop after we've invested all of this time in it. So that's another reason why I'm voting against it.
Okay. Councilmember Agnew.
I'll be in support of the motion. I am reluctant to have the city manager negotiate, and my reluctance has to do with the interaction that the city manager has had with the committee in the past. But I will be supporting the motion because, as has been stated, if we don't come to the table with some financial equity, the RFA is going to go away. I truly feel that the RFA is the way of the future for this sustainability of the fire service, and we need to look at it. I don't think getting a contract with Snow 10 is the answer. I personally don't feel that way. But we need to move forward. We need to show that we're going to bring in something. We have brought the least to the table and asked the most of the RFA committee since its inception 2 years ago. And we've been the big boy on the block saying that, you got to get by us. And I don't think that's right. I think we need to be a little bit more open. But be that as it may, I will be supporting the motion.
All right.
Move forward.
So I'll speak on this. I think it's highly unfair to blame our city manager for any hiccups in this process. We had a committee that we appointed which exists from 3 men up here who I highly respect, no doubt. But you were at the table for negotiation. Please don't publicly throw our city manager under the bus like that.
I am not throwing the city manager under the bus. All I am saying is that after the city manager had a discussion with the RFA committee and was asked specifically a question about what the city is going to do.
Gentlemen, I have to interject. I just don't think this is helpful.
Okay.
Either it's
Let's stick to the subject. So we got to
Let's go to the vote.
Please.
All in favor of the following motion, if you could restate it, so it's accurately stated for the record.
City Clerk?
No, just kidding.
Just kidding. I just was making sure you were awake. It's like 10:15. No, I'm just you're fantastic. So the motion is to authorize Bethel's continued participation in the RFA partnership as the agencies proceed with negotiating and ultimately developing an implementation plan for voter consideration. It is to authorize our city manager in consultation with the council in executive session as permitted by law to direct those negotiations. And it is to allow for between $750,000 and $1.5 million in capital contributions for the requested period of time. That's it? Per year. Per year for 5 years, yeah.
All in favor, or actually, just place your vote. Clerk can display. Maybe. Passes 5-2. Thank you for this discussion. Go forth at your Thursday meeting, and hope it goes well. And our city manager will join you in that discussion at some point. So, moving on, we've reduced the time that we're going to talk about the comp plan. We discussed going to 10:30. That's when we had thoughts we're going to stop at 10. So I think in reality, let's have the conversation go to 10:40.
Mayor, I'm going to excuse myself.
You are?
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
So potentially then we'll reduce the time to 10:30. Okay. So who would like to go first? Or do you have a presentation for us this evening, sir?
You know, we had a presentation, but given the late hour, I think we would like to hear from council as to what questions or deliberations or direction you might have for us, and we're prepared to provide slides if you have any specific questions about anything on the plan, but at this point we'd like to hear from you, I think.
Okay, so we'll take until 10:30 as stated. Does anybody wish to start off dividing that time into 6? Is about 3 minutes per speaker? 2 minutes per speaker? Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I know one thing that I wanted to talk about, and in our next meeting I'll get into more stuff, but one of the applicants is here, and I wanted to touch base on that, is on the East Riverside Drive area on the south side of the river. We've got our senior housing overlay through there, and one of the applicants is asking for a senior housing overlay in his, I believe that's the Gastineau request, and I believe the Furmans have a request to go from R96 to R72. I would like to see that also have a senior housing overlay on that. I think it makes sense with the essentially butting up against Gastineau and the other senior housing and adult home care facilities in the area. It only makes sense to do that.
Did you want a staff response to that?
Well, sure, I'd love a response. So,
okay. I'm going to defer to Dave Boyd. Dave has been working on that area and those amendments, so I'm going to ask him to respond.
Great, thank you.
So the Gastineau request or the recommendation is already has the specialized senior housing overlay. So it's just extending our 5400D in that senior housing overlay. The Furman request, or also known as the South Riverside request, as it stands right now, is just isolated to the 7 acres of the 2 Furman parcels, which are detached from the current senior housing overlay. The Planning Commission deferred consideration of the larger area that would have connected with that, and we could certainly look at the.
So, is there any reason why we can't make that part of the specialized senior housing overlay?
No, there's not, but it would create a break in that specialized senior housing overlay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I think that would be quite possibly a nice thing and something to be considered for that, and maybe bring that back.
Yeah, great.
Okay. Mayor, I'll defer till the next meeting on other items.
Okay. Councilman Evans?
Yes, a couple specific comments here. I'm trying to find them. I believe in the Country Village Lake Pleasant issue, I guess the question I have, I think I read in here somewhere that this is primarily residential we're adding, but there was something in here in reference to potential commercial or retail use on the first level of some of that. I'm trying to find it exactly here where I had it. But my question is, any type of operation of commercial or retail in that area, what effect would that have on the residences specifically? And my question is, would there be limitation in operating hours, or would these be the type of uses that would have professional uses or something that would not impact the residential proposed or requested for that area?
Thank you, Councilmember Evans. Essentially, what the situation would be very similar to the city's other mixed-use zoning designations, where we have a residential component coupled with a commercial type of retail type of facility. We usually do not have a specific limitation on hours of operation for those kind of retail facilities. They're kind of self-limiting in and of themselves. So we really don't have anything specific proposed underneath this particular proposal, other than to add residential as part of the component of the Country Village shopping area, and some increasing in some densities without some of the other areas adjoining to the Country Village shopping area.
Is the use, though, compatible with residential?
Yes, it's a CB, or community business designation, which is an indoor retail type use, as opposed to a retail use that would be an outdoor storage kind of facility.
Okay, but
so it's all indoor retail.
But it could be open 7 days a week, so many hours a day, whatever.
Good, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
very, very similar to what we've got, of course, without other retail areas.
Would you like to take a minute of my time?
Oh, okay. Well, let me just see
And you can
here.
have comments. You have like all of 4 minutes.
Yeah. The others I can just bring up at another point. That was the main one I had for tonight.
Thank you so much, Mr. Evans. Councilmember Lamb. Two questions really quickly. With respect to the one Queensgate rezone that we heard so much about, what is the density difference between 5400A and 5400D? I mean, it seems like a relatively modest.
Well, there is no density difference. It's exactly the same. It's
Okay.
both approximately 8 dwelling units per acre, which is what the previous King County zoning designation was basically 8 dwelling units per acre. And when we did the annexation in that area, we assigned the closest city of Bothell zoning classification, which was R5400D in that case.
So what is staff's take on it? I mean, I understand that the Planning Commission has said 5400A to 5400D to 5400A.
Yes.
The applicant wanted 4,000. What is staff's take on this?
I think staff is generally in agreement with the Planning Commission, and there was a couple things that occurred during the Planning Commission hearings that were kind of interesting, and that was that there was a lot of testimony about surface water runoff and
Similar to what we heard tonight.
Exactly.
Right.
And one of the things we got to remember with R5400A is the fact that it allows you to do a little bit more clustering and a little more compaction in your development, so that you get the same number of dwelling units either way, because the calculation is very similar. But you can have the lots so they're not quite as large. You can have the roadways so they're not quite as long to get to those long areas. So it's a little more efficient layout in the site, which kind of helps to reduce the amount of impervious surface and the amount of surface water runoff that occurs.
Is the North Creek development one that's an example of 5400A or 5400D?
That is 5400A. And one of the things
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and one of the things that's really interesting is that within the city of Bothell, so far, every single one of the developments that has occurred within the R 5400A zoning classification has
actually been detached.
detached condominium product.
Interesting. That's why I appreciate that. The second question I had, well, it's not really a question, it was a comment with respect to the RAC rezone, is it was interesting to me that we had a speaker who came after everybody else and came late and said, and was speaking against the RAC zone and had missed the comments of so many people who were from that neighborhood who didn't like the idea of going from 5400D to 5400A. And I think the whole idea of having an RAC zone in an already business area like, the Country Village or like Canyon Park is so that you don't have to put the density into the neighborhood, so that you don't have to go into each individual sub-area and say, you know what, we're upzoning your particular, the house that's immediately adjacent to you to a different designation because we have to meet our population thresholds. I think that's smart planning to say we want to put our density next to transit, next to major, to a highway in terms of 527 and 405. So I just wish that speaker had been here to hear all the people complaining about upzoning in an individual neighborhood. And again, that was a change from 5400D to A, not like, R9600 to 7200. So I appreciate the work the staff and our planning commission has done on that. I did also want to add one thing that I think some people in the public may not know this, but the speaker who spoke is currently in a legal action against the city, and this is one of a history of legal actions that have been over many, many times. The current one has cost the city tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. When somebody comes up and says, well, I have this complaint or that complaint about that, sometimes it's your average citizen, sometimes it's somebody who has taken literally tens of thousands of dollars of money that we've had to expend in legal fees that we could have expended on many other needs that we have in our community, which is completely within her rights to do so, but deeply unfortunate when it comes to funding other priorities.
Councilmember Sandberg.
So regarding the Spitation request, which is at the corner of 160th and 124th, I guess I want to make a statement, then I'll ask a clarifying question, because that one stood out to me in terms of other requests, because when you look at, for every request, we're given some background information and what the zoning is, northeast, west, and south of the subject parcel. And this one is entirely surrounded by our 7200 zoning. It's entirely surrounded by either existing single-family homes at 7,200 square feet, roughly that, R8 in Woodinville, R6, in Woodinville, or a school. And so this one stood out to me that it was a request to an attached designation versus a detached designation. And I know staff has said that there's not much difference in density between attached and detached. But a detached designation does ensure that there are detached homes that are put in there. And just because 5400A typically develops as detached doesn't mean that that's a guarantee. And so I think it's really important in terms of consistency for neighborhood character that we keep that as detached zoning. And I think it's more than just that you get the same number of units and you can cluster them a little bit more. It's my understanding that in the attached zone, they don't have lot circles that they have to comply with. They can use interior roads instead of public roads. And so it can result in a modest increase in density because there's more flexibility in lot location. So I'm asking my fellow council members to consider leaving this at a 5400D detached zoning designation. I don't know, Bruce, did you want to explain anything more about 5400A attached? It could result in more density. In fact, I think that's what's in the staff report.
Again, I want to make a clarification about density and lot yield. Density is set by your zoning classification. That says, okay, that's how many units you can have here. Lot yield is a different item here because it's basically you may have a configuration to your piece of property that limits you further. Let's say it's a critical area on the property or something like that. So there's a big difference there. So when we talk about density, You may get a couple more dwelling units, but it's very, very minimal.
Okay,
And
so
this-
there is a potential for increased lot yield
There
with
could be a couple more
with attachment.
dwelling units, yes, but it's, again, it's a very similar calculation you follow.
And then,
We're at our time.
are we?
Yep.
Can I extend have 5 minutes? Did everybody else get to talk?
Everybody else got to talk for 2 minutes. That's correct. I'm trying to treat everybody equally.
Okay, well, my concern about having the comprehensive plan reviews start in April as opposed to January 1 is bearing out, but I will hold my comments.
Great, thank you. So that brings us to the end of this conversation for this evening. So I would move, do I need to continue this until, I would move to continue this, Mr. Mayor, until June 2nd?
I would second that. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So I'm going to turn the floor over before we go into executive session. Councilmember Agnew.
City Manager, I would like to apologize to you if I threw you under the bus, so to speak. It was not my intent at all. I have the utmost respect for you, and I think you've acted very professionally all along throughout this. So I apologize.
Good men and women all around. Thank you, everyone. So council is going to go into executive session for the next 30 minutes to discuss personnel matters. We don't expect to come back after that. So thank you, everyone.